Alrighty. If we are ready to start. Thank you for keeping the, what is this called? Thank you for keeping the palette up to date. I am checking it before every session to make sure that I am making sure everybody has a comfortable time and is nice and safe. So, with that out of the way, and that my gratitude on that level, what the heck happened last time, everybody?
Pain,
werewolves,
And fortune telling.
fortune telling, romantic stereotypes.
Fred not listening to Volk.
Yep.
No, Volk being a dick, am I right?
Volk's never gonna let him live that down.
Oh.
You will get so much shit. You're so lucky I was not there.
Judging a poor defenseless old lady who just wanted to sell pies.
Yeah, that's me. Red, the established bad guy of this group.
Yep.
You know.
Hey,
course.
this is
It's
a
the
very
visage.
perfect normal place to sell pastries, and she's definitely not evil. Oh yeah, that person 100% evil, but you should not tell them. Hello, lady, are you evil?
No,
That person's evil. You probably shouldn't interact with them, and if you do, don't let them know that you know what they are.
But
Lady, my friend tells me that you're a hag, and I think you should stop being a hag.
Come
In
on.
essence,
My friend told me you're a hag, so please, stop it. Get some help.
Stop it. Get some
Get some help.
Oh boy.
But yeah, that,
Real Michael
you're
Jordan
the bad
energy.
Guy. You're the bad guy, man. You're the only one in the group who has demonic armor and red
It's true.
flaming eyes.
Hey.
Yeah,
hey,
Red looks the most evil, but is like the most good person. here.
Sweetest in the inside.
Except he's also what's the word? Lawful stupid.
No, that's not lawful stupid.
Red is not lawful.
I don't know.
stupid. He is.
I'm here for a
He
red
is
himbo. Red is a himbo. We gotta put him on a himbo tier list.
Like,
Oh, like a bimbo, but a man.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no, it's different. A himbo is Kronk from Emperor's
Yeah.
New Groove.
Kronk is the
no,
platonic ideal of a himbo.
Dumb,
bimbo,
but like
but
very tries, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a very
dumb,
dumb
but also very
attractive.
wholesome.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll take it.
Okay, so
I'm gonna be back really quick. I'm just gonna get some clothes on. Feel free to start.
no worries. Yep. So thankfully, Morgantha was not particularly interested in mopping the floor with any of you. She said that Ireena was reserved for somebody else, and then disappeared into the night. And then you guys set off on your traveling down the road to the allegedly safe walled town of Vallaki. On the way, you encountered some scary things, some nice things, as well as a helpful little raven. Got to the Sarpool encampment, got your fortunes read, and that's where we're going to pick up. It is the morning after. You guys spent a night partying with Vistani. A couple of you got your pockets picked, not for racial reasons, just because those particular people were assholes. And yeah, let's get started. You guys find yourselves first thing in the morning. You have gone in, had your fortunes told by Madame Ava, and we can pick up there or we can pick up a little later. It's entirely up to you guys.
I mean, I'm fine either way. I was not there, so...
I'm sorry, I missed that part.
That's okay. I just caught us up to speed, and we are ready to start. Either as you're leaving Madame Ava's tent, you can hang out in the tent a little bit longer. You can, whatever you would like to do. Also, if you feel like spending gold, the Vistani here will happily trade with you. Anything in the player's handbook under the equipment section will be for sale here at regular prices, as well as if you want to look for magic items, you can roll 3 times on the magic item table B. If you want to see what you can find.
I don't think we would have the money to buy anything.
Yeah, I don't think we have the money
Maybe
to buy
not.
it.
Not yet.
It's like 3 platinum and a bit of gold.
Have 23 gold.
Is it just fine if we just begin with like leaving this place, because I assume
Yeah.
you all want to leave this place, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely. So you guys head out. The Vistani wave goodbye to you. Those of you who've met, those who met you and hung out with you last night, they wave goodbye as well. Exchange happy smiles and waves. And for the first time since entering this dour place, you feel encouraged and warm on the inside as you set off on this cold, foggy morning. Yeah. The dirt road quickly gives way back to cobbled path and then back to the stone of the old Sphalic road. You travel for about 3 hours or so before you come back to the main section of the road, and it branches left back towards the way you came, the branch you left off earlier. And to your right, you can see that the path extends forward to a bridge that crosses the river Ivlis up ahead. And just as the Vistani were telling you last night, to your left you can hear the thunderous sound of a waterfall. And the path, there is a branch off the path that snakes up a cliff face, about a quarter of a mile off to your left. And it snakes up the side of this mountain to a bridge resting atop a very large waterfall. And you heard last night that this is the place where Mordenkainen apparently had his final showdown with Strahd and fell to his death, by all accounts.
Maybe we, should start with this place, since this is where it seems to have all began. Really. No, we need to get to where we need to be.
All right.
Right.
Ismark will say, I'm not particularly keen on seeing if there's any remains of this dead wizard. He didn't seem particularly friendly to me. And Ireena looks at him long-sufferingly and says, it probably wouldn't be right to waste time on this when we need to get safe.
That's true. If anything, we can pursue whatever Madame Ava told to us after we get everyone safe. Safety is most important.
I concur.
Okay, so we just carry on walking.
You carry on walking. So you cross over the bridge, and you can hear the water rushing underneath you. Yes, and you continue along your way. And at this point, you have left the deciduous, I think is the type of trees these are, evergreens. You've left the evergreen forest behind, and the mist sort of now clings to the fields around you, almost as if you're in a swamp, though it's not particularly damp out here. There's just this ever-present fog that kind of obscures your vision out past a certain distance, about 40 feet. So as you're walking along the path, you have to pay extra attention to remain on the path, because it's overgrown, lots of mist everywhere. So I would like our resident ranger, or druid, either or, to make a random encounter roll as you travel along, keeping in mind that it's so hard to see out here.
Okay, and that's a D8 and a D12?
Yes, a D8 and a D12, and lower numbers are better. Hey,
A 5 and a 1.
That's pretty nice. Yeah, so as you're walking along, you actually get a little turned around, and you find yourselves... Diana's probably leading the group. Diana, there's a bit of a overgrown section of road, and you take what you think is the right road, and you end up going down a bit of a false trail. And at the end of this trail, you know that it's a false trail because it ends in a little clearing of grass, and this grass in this clearing is ringed with burn marks. And in the center of this ring, there's a little hand cart that somebody would pull by themselves, and a corpse in the center of this ring of fire.
Oh,
Fire.
That's not good.
Fire.
Oh, I apologize. I think I might have led us the wrong way.
It's okay. What do you think happened here?
I'm not sure. Some magic, probably. Is it
You
like
care to find
a
out?
circular ring, or is it just like...
Yeah, it's almost, if you could imagine there's like a bubble a bubble of
Yeah.
fire may have happened around this little cart. It's almost like a crop circle, but it's only about 15 feet across.
Yeah, Diana
So-
gets a bit closer to the back. So, definitely some form of magic. It's too perfect to just be a torch or something like that.
I see. I really don't want to mess with it.
Did you say there was a corpse, Spencer?
There's a corpse kneeling as if he was walking along, pulling this cart behind him. So
Yeah.
it looks like this person just died kneeling, hanging onto this cart. There's not much left of the flesh on this person. It's mostly bones, but it's recent enough that there's still bits and pieces of the person remaining.
Are the bones hard
They are,
in any way?
as well as his flesh. There's no smell left of burning, but this person clearly was immolated in some way.
Is there any way to identify him? Like, if we could take the card back and return it to his or to their family?
Sure. Would you like to make an investigation check on this corpse? And
I
cart?
will. Yeah. 11.
11. All right. So as you look at the body, you come across a holy symbol that's hanging around his neck that is untouched by the fire. It's not this color, but it's this symbol in overhead. It is the symbol that you recognize as the symbol of Mother Night. It looks like the symbol of the sun, but it is eclipsed by a moon in front of it.
Ooh.
And I would like you to make a religion check, and anybody that sees this can make a religion check. It's going to be a little obscure,
A little obscure.
but you've seen this a couple times, so it might jog your memory.
Another 11.
Another 11. Not quite enough.
Solid 12.
Not quite enough again. So,
Everyone.
hey, there you go. So you recognize this from the altar in the death house, but
Wait, who is? Because
No
all
more.
of our religion rolls sucked.
yeah, anybody that got above a
Okay.
10.
12.
Anyone that got above a 10?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. It's only been what, a day
Couple days?
and a half,
Yeah.
2 days. You spent 2 nights here. Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure anything in the death house is like permanently etched into all
Yeah,
of our memories.
yeah. You can recognize this is the symbol of Mother Night that was scattered throughout the death house that the cultists worshipped. They seem to be worshipping two deities, Mother Night and Ocebrus. So this is the symbol of Mother Night, but you glean nothing else from that. With your 11, you can also find that there are various trade goods in the back. There's blankets, clothes, a couple jars. Most of them are smashed, but some of the other jars have honey in them. One of them has some roots, maybe turnips or parsnips, but
Okay.
nothing particularly valuable or identifiable.
I'll just drop the amulet back onto the corpse and say, on second thoughts, I don't think this person is worth our sympathy.
Why is that?
They seem to be a worshipper of Mother Night. They're somehow related maybe to what happened in that mansion we were in the other day.
I see.
I was planning on seeing if we could return their belongings to their family, but I doubt that. I don't know. I doubt that they would be close to anyone if they're worshipping some evil death cult.
I mean, do you remember what Madame Ava told us?
About what?
Mother Night, the one worshipping Mother Night, to hear her plight. Maybe those who worship such things aren't really bad people. They just, need help. Maybe this is one such individual.
Ireena will chime in at this point, and she's holding her symbol of the Morning Lord and fingering it, and she's thinking. And she says, we never really talked about it in the village, but there are some who look to Mother Night. Mostly it's prayers to be safe through the night, since that is her domain, but I don't know if she's necessarily evil. She doesn't have worshippers, there's no churches to her, but I don't know if she's evil. There isn't much about her in my readings that I've done.
I don't think many things are just evil for the sake of evil. I tell you, those those ghastly ghouls that try to eat us are definitely evil. But maybe this soul is not so evil, and I may be convinced and tempted by the fact that it's not resurrecting and trying to eat us.
Maybe.
Ismark,
Redmond.
on the other hand, is sorry. Go ahead.
Redmond, a word.
Yeah.
I know
Is this out in front of everyone?
this is in front of everyone.
Okay.
I quite appreciate you. Like, I don't call many people my friend, but I think by now I would call you a friend.
Mm-hmm.
I know that you are someone who tries to help people, especially those in need. But considering what has happened so far, it might be better to, let's say this whole place, Barovia, doesn't seem to be the right place for that mindset.
What do you mean? I've had great results so far, and it's not a matter of mindset. I can't just change who I am. That's not how it works.
I think I beg to differ with it has been going great so far, because, and just touches the missing piece of shoulder. Well, the thing with the house, not so great.
I'm taking responsibility for such actions.
A certain interaction with a certain lady that sells pastries is another of those examples.
What do you mean? It went wonderfully. We saved that town. From such horrors that she may bring. What do you mean? Rory, are you okay? You have been a bit quiet recently. Has the mists been talking to you in any way?
I was just very tired after literally dying. Also,
Yes.
saying it went well is a bit...
Facetious?
I was quite worried about butterscotch.
If
A
anything,
situation that we would have not been in if you had
I
followed
mean,
recommendations of people.
if we followed such recommendations, then I don't think we would have had a good outcome. I take responsibility for my actions. Anything that happens, I will fix. You all know this, right? I turn to the party. You understand this, right?
Yeah, of course.
I will not put you in harm, and any such actions that are dangerous, I will put my body first in the firing line.
It didn't quite work with the death house, and it didn't quite work with the hag.
In the death house, I did put my body on the line.
Yeah, but your decisions also put the bodies of everyone else on the line, especially those who were very keen on not going.
But I did.
That's fair.
Go ahead, Diana.
That's, I think that's very selfish of you to say, considering that his body is permanently damaged to save yours.
Do I have to remind you that I died?
That's what I'm referring to. You would not be here if it wasn't for him.
Do I have to remind you that his actions
She
with the
wouldn't-
hag almost killed Volk?
She wouldn't have died if Red hadn't
If he had fucking
insisted
listened.
that we go into the house. I wouldn't have almost died if he had listened to me when I told him not to interact with the hag any longer.
Look, do not. And you see kind of like this, the smoke starts billowing on Red's armor a bit more. His eyes get a more furious red. Don't look back on such actions and think that everything is out of your control. You agreed to go into the house. You agreed to do so.
Under duress.
Under
because we didn't
duress?
want you guys to die when you went in there alone.
You
the
c-
only reason we went in is because you insisted that we enter.
You cannot claim coercion now, yet not bring it up at that time. You could
I
have gone your very
did.
way,
We did!
but you came in
We
nonetheless.
complained.
Because
We came in because we didn't want you guys to die.
exactly, you came in because
We
you
didn't
cared.
have to go in.
You cared.
We
about...
did not have to go in.
You didn't. No.
As a
but
group.
You didn't.
We did not have to go in, but we went in anyways because you insisted.
Yes, and you followed me because you cared. You cared.
No, because I followed because I care specifically about my friend.
I followed because,
And-
I will be honest, I was fucking scared to be alone with Butterscotch outside on that street.
Well, at this point, you could have just stayed at the tavern. Because
No,
Why
there
did you
was no
come here
tavern at
if
that
it's-
time. There was just a mist surrounding us.
I mean, once we left town, you could have stayed at the tavern.
Maybe I should have.
I don't think that's the way to think. In my mind, you stayed. You went in because you cared, and you cared about what happened to the children. You cared what
I
was
didn't
going
care
on
about
in
the
this
children.
place.
They were ghosts.
And above all, you cared about what happened to your friends, us.
I went in because traveling in a group is, in general, safer than traveling alone. Except when your companions are idiots. For the maintainment of my own personal safety, I believed that it would be wiser for me to enter the house because you were insisting to go into the house, and I, for the selfish reason of not wanting to be alone in the town and not wanting all of you to die, because if all of you die, then I'm less safe, I went in.
Then, if it is only a matter of safety that you dare tolerate our presences, then why didn't you just say so?
I'm here because Rory is here.
No.
That's not an all. That's not an
That's an
all.
awful. That's an awful.
No.
Anyway, Redmond.
And
The only reason I didn't leave you the only reason I didn't walk away when you decided to talk to that hag is because I knew Rory wouldn't walk away. I don't care about you, Red. You're not my friend. You are an idiot who I have to protect from the dangers of the Fae.
I figured that was
Because Rory, for some goddamn reason, considers you her friend.
I figured that was the case. That meant you have no obligation towards me or anyone else. You are a free spirit if you wish to be, but Rory, why do you stay?
I don't really have much of a choice, do I?
You idiots are our only way out of this place.
Is that how you both feel about everyone here? That
I told you before, I consider you a friend. Might be stupid to consider you a friend, but I do, for what you have done for me. But
Thank-
Redmond, I tried doing this the nice way. And I go a bit closer to you, put my hand on your shoulder with a slightly uncomfortable grip. Just get close to your ear. If I have to worry about Butterscotch again because of your actions, I will make sure that it is the last time that happens. Are we understood?
Red looks you in the eyes. There's clear signs of intimidation, like you could probably just kill me straight out right now. But battling through that, there's this very forced, toothy smile that's almost kind of a bit devilish. And looks at you in the eyes and says, Rory, if I were to fail on protecting all of you, you wouldn't need to do that. And then Red looks you, like straight on, unflinching, says, when it comes to danger, I will always put my body first. If
I
you
have a
consider-
question for
If
you,
you consider me a
Red.
friend, then you will make sure that you are behind me at all times.
I have a question for you, Red.
Yes?
Would you try to turn a cat into a herbivore?
I don't care much about cats. I don't understand what
But
you mean.
Just humor me for a moment, because this is an object lesson. Would you, if you saw a lion would you try to turn that lion into a herbivore?
No, because I don't keep pets.
It is much the same with fey creatures. Their nature is of a certain predatory nature.
Yes, but
We describe them as evil, but they don't follow by your sets of morality. The hag is much the same.
Is this the case for you as well?
I have my own morality that I follow. It works for me. But what I'm saying is that when it comes to fey creatures, they are like wild animals. Sorry, I just got distracted by something. I need to answer a question. They're probably the black cat. It seems to be their main right now. Black hair, beard, tall and muscular. Sorry, no, tall and lithe. The other one is muscular. Anyways,
I like to think that was all in character.
where was I? If you were out in the wilderness, when you're out in the wilderness, you trust Diana to guide us through on the paths that we take.
Yes,
when it comes to fey
Diana with my
creatures,
life.
when it comes to fey creatures, I am the person who knows the path because I have experience with them.
But how can you treat creatures which talk and feel and can communicate in such complex words as but wild animals? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense to me.
Because
Because what?
I don't know how to explain it to you, but they are different.
Have you been to Skullport before?
Is that a Forgotten Realms reference? Because I am very bad with this.
It is the Underdark hideout of the Zenithars.
If it's unknown, then probably not. No.
It's not.
It's kind of like
Kinda unknown, but
the
not
Ragged
campaign.
Flagon in Riften, except like much worse. Much worse.
Oh, then kind of. I don't know. Red was a young criminal, so probably, but not really.
You've heard of it, but most likely not been there because it's on like the 3rd level of the Dungeon of the Mad Mage. So you would have to be like really strong to be there.
Yeah, I'm not really strong. I'm a child, or I was a child.
The streets there are, besides the usual scum like myself.
Don't say
little-
that. Don't say negative things about yourself.
Oh, trust me, I am scum.
I do not trust you when you say that. I think you're wrong, and I think you're just putting yourself down.
That's besides the point. Just listen
This is
to
a
what she says.
positive only party. No, I'm sorry, don't say that part.
Just listen to what she says.
The creatures that walk the streets in Skullport, besides the normal fine people like myself, they are quite intelligent. More intelligent than most people. So intelligent, in fact, that they are quite hungry for other intellect. As in, they eat the brains.
I see.
Literally.
Okay.
Would you still say, oh, because they can speak and they are sentient, they are not something you should tread carefully with?
Well, I haven't really met them, so I don't know. But I mean, you tread carefully with anyone, with anything in life. It's just.
That's the thing. You should, but you do not.
I do.
If you
I
see
do.
someone and someone else tells you that person is dangerous, but don't say this and this to them because they will fucking murder you, then you should not go to them and say exactly that.
I disagree. You only do that if you're weak, and I am quite strong. If you are strong, it is your duty to take any blows, take any burdens, and try your best to redeem anything you've done with us. That is a duty.
Well, Red, you might be very strong, but Scotch and I are both very frail, And if
Then-
you do actions that require everyone to be very strong, well, remember that there's people that are not very strong, that might be caught off guard by that, especially after they tell you to not do it.
Then, going forward, stay behind
Pardon?
me.
I've dealt with quite a lot of people where if you were to just say something that is true, they would kill you in the most horrible ways.
Oh, well, I hope to never meet such people, I suppose.
You just met one.
Yes,
Her
but
name is Morgantha.
she wasn't that impressive. Diana, Ilena, back me up here, please. I was right in my action, right?
Rory, do you know how many people on the surface regard me as dangerous? On first sight? The answer is most of them. Am I?
But fey creatures are different. You're a person. You're a mortal person. They are fey creatures. It's
They are
completely
mortal.
different.
Even if.
How do you know that? You might have lived among them, but if you've always regarded them as dangerous, have you ever got to know them?
I have interacted with fey creatures
Have you interacted with all
for
fey-
thousands of years. At least. Maybe not thousands, but, you know. A very long time.
with all fey creatures?
Not every single individual fey creature, no. But I have interacted with every type of fey.
If
Basically
I
any
took you
type.
to the Underdark, then you would see a lot more Drow.
If
than-
I traveled to the Underdark, then I would trust your judgment in regards to which individuals are good and which individuals are bad.
What I'm
I
saying
would
is
trust
that if
your
you travelled
judgment.
to the Underdark, you would see many more evil Drow than good Drow, or even neutral Drow. But
Oh
you
yeah,
don't
most
know
of
the
them there
intentions
would want to make me a
of
slave.
Drow until you meet them.
Yes, but it's different. It's like saying there are good. It's like saying there are good lions and there are good cats and there are bad cats. So if you meet a lion, you can't assume that they won't try to eat you.
A lion might not eat you, but a lion isn't sapient.
Exactly. You can't talk with a lion.
Okay, what about dragons? What about
They're good.
dragons? There are
Half a-
good dragons, but
half
if
a
you see a
dragon.
red dragon, you know it's evil.
What's a dragon? I've literally never met this dragon you speak of. I mean, they're rare,
Lizard
right?
with wings, can cast magic.
Yeah,
is strong
Giant
enough
lizard
to-
with wings. They're
could
all
destroy
over
all
the
of
legends.
Waterdeep.
Oh, well, then I assume you just, avoid it.
Yes,
Exactly.
exactly. You avoid it like you
You're so
avoid
close,
the
Jonathan.
hag.
But
You're so close, Red. You're so close. Also, your comment before that she didn't look that dangerous. I have a friend, very dear friend of mine, who's also part of my guild. Her name's Selala. Lovely young lady, also a tiefling. Has the sweetest smile, the most innocent doll-like eyes. Do you want to know her nickname? Her nickname is the Phantasmal Killer. And you want to know why? I don't care if you want to know. I will tell you either way.
Very good
Because she likes casting that exact spell on people to torture them for days on end until they can't take it anymore and just try to kill themselves however they can or lose their mind and go completely mad. But if you would look at her and talk with her, you would think she's the sweetest person in all of the country that would never harm anyone. She sings quite a lovely tune as well. But she's completely nuts. She's completely crazy.
okay.
And I love her for it. But still.
But the thing is, I just don't.
Looks don't mean
Just-
anything when it comes to certain persons or people or creatures, and
I
fake creatures are part of these.
I understand this, but then you just, if you can't avoid them, just talk to them, and if they are evil, then try and convince them. It's
Nate, yeah, the
There's-
creature is not fixed.
You can't
They all
change the
have-
nature of a fake
Yes,
creature.
there are some creatures that shall just be...
Why can't you?
Why can't you? Yes. If something can think, it can change. It's just
Yes,
thinking
of course
so
they
wild.
can change.
The Feyord is the plane of change.
Well, let's say it like this. As much
Why
as
would- If she gains her energy and enjoys eating people, why would she ever want to change? She's got her food source.
If she
Because-
realizes that it's wrong.
Exactly.
She doesn't think that humans and other mortals are people in the same sense that she is.
Then talk
She does
to
not
them.
recognize them,
Then talk to them.
and she
talk-
will not. You
Yeah.
can't change her mind.
You don't know that.
You do not know this.
I do, because I know Fey creatures.
You know creatures, but you do not know the person.
Habiki
You're
had
not
something to
listening.
add too.
Sorry, what was that?
Habiki
Okay.
had something to add. He got cut off.
Oh yeah. So Ireena was gonna say, as much as you're my friend, but here you weren't wrong. Remember that. Think of it as like this: if someone tried to convince you with your beliefs that doing something evil is actually right, would you do it?
It depends on what they would say. If they say something that makes me think and makes me realize that what I'm doing is wrong, then maybe yes, I would change. Life is about changing. I have shifted so much during my lifetime that what is a little bit more of a shift?
I
Well,
understand.
change is not always the best in people.
I disagree.
I certainly changed over the years, and I would say, from an objective standpoint, not for the better.
Then
I feel better, but in general, most people wouldn't say I'm better off.
then it's simply a matter of changing back to what was good. What was good to others.
No,
I-
I should go back to my room, be locked in there, and be punished for being outside and seen by other people. Is that what you mean?
Didn't know
Because
that was
that
the
was-
case. Why is it that what you're doing now is less painful? Is more painful, sorry.
It is not more painful. I just said I'm certainly not a better person because of what I do.
Then it's probably time to change to something new.
I think
I go ahead.
I think perhaps, Ireena says as she interjects, I think perhaps the thing to remember here is our natures are powerful and they are given to us without our choice, and most people will never question their nature, but some of us have the bravery and the light inside us to look at our nature in the face and say no and change, and not everyone will do that. And Redmond, I think it would do us all well if you are a little more, perhaps a little less trusting that people will make that choice. It is wonderful when they do, but most won't. And sometimes such people or creatures, they aren't worth the benefit of the doubt when they do some things, I think.
I understand. I just think when someone's not actively trying to kill us, then it's not worth a try. It's not worth a gander.
There are worse things than killing someone, Redmond.
I think you are wrong, but
Oh, trust me,
I
there are
will-
worse things.
I no, not about that. About, well, what's the other things you said, but I'll think about what has been said today. I really don't agree, and I don't think I'll be taking it on board, but I will think a bit more.
I appreciate your heart. You have a good heart.
Also, everyone is up to become what they want themselves, just because they are one race or belong to a certain kind of people. Who the fuck cares? Be what you want, be who you want, be who you are. Fuck that shit.
I mean, this is who I am right now, Rory, and you haven't.
But if the hag wants to be a person that murders kids and turns them into pastry, then fuck that person.
100%, yes. You can live the life the way you want. You can not care about others, but you have to deal with the consequences.
I'm only saying that we shouldn't risk our own safety on the chance that somebody might listen to us and be good.
Yeah, we might have gone a bit off track. What we tried to convey to you, Red. If someone says it's dangerous to do a certain thing or say a certain thing, then it might be worth listening to them.
I'll take what has been said today on board, but just know that I think you are wrong. Volk, Ilena, I think you are wrong, but I will listen to what you have said. But that doesn't mean that I will change my ways. I just want to let you know this.
I will just go to Volk and give them a little hug, and then just stay at their side again.
You guys are wrong! You're wrong! Yeah, but yeah, sorry.
You're lucky I consider you a friend.
Thank you.
Volk wild shapes into cat form and hops onto Rory's shoulders. They don't want to talk anymore.
Yeah.
They're tired of this conversation.
Scratch the little cat.
I guess on the journey we go again.
Yeah.
Yep. So, Diana, as everyone is having their conversation, you can look through. You find hidden among the blankets there's 4 silver and 3 copper pieces, as well as the stuff I mentioned before. There's the jar of honey, some clothes and blankets, a broom. It looks like maybe this person was moving from place to place. Now that you've taken some time to look more closely, yeah, this person was maybe moving from village to village. Maybe the same thing you guys are doing. Although this person seems genuinely lost, which might have led to the situation or encounter that he found himself in at his end.
Would there be any way to, like, would Diana know about any creatures that are capable of casting or creating like this magic effect?
Sure. I will actually allow, since you've been here for a while, I will allow you and Volk, because of your history, you can both roll Arcana check here. Volk, this might tingle something in the back of your head.
Well, that's a 23.
Yeah, so you both can tell. Yeah, you could both tell this. This is a thing that will-o'-the-wisps will sometimes do. Will-o'-the-wisps are fey creatures, the spirits of people who wander into the Feywild and die. Their spirits sometimes linger as mischievous lights that will travel between realms and lead people to their dooms. They can release cold energy, necrotic energy, and fire energy if they get too close to somebody.
So he got lost and then tried to follow the will-o'-the-wisps.
Goddamn. Fuck with a wisp, alright?
Yeah. I'm gonna take the jar of honey.
Alright. Well, it hasn't gone bad, because honey is a miraculous substance that doesn't go bad. So
Honey.
you're good.
Honey is magical.
Thank you, bees.
Yeah.
Honey is
tasty
genuinely
vomit.
magic.
A tasty vomit.
Very tasty moment.
Alright.
I'm gonna pass that on to someone when we get into town.
Beautiful. So at this point, unless anybody has anything else to say, we can continue on our way.
Yes, we can totally continue on our way.
Yeah, so with Diana's leadership, you are able to make your way back to the trail and set off on your way again. It isn't too long following the trail until another branch in the road is found up ahead. This branch is flanked on all three sides of this Y intersection with low set brick walls, on top of which are some gargoyles facing towards the road. There's a signpost. The signpost has arrows pointing to the east. East of you is the sign says Castle Ravenloft. The one pointing northwest says Valaki, and the one pointing south says Village of Barovia.
Well, onward. Do we know that Strahd lives in Castle Ravenloft?
Yeah, you've gleaned that by this point.
Okay.
This
And
might-
we're traveling with locals, so they'd know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely don't want to go that way. So Valaki then?
Valaki?
Valaki, am I pronouncing that right?
Oh, yes, I was just... Ismark is repeating you. Valaki it is.
So just no question, no thoughts in our heads about going to Castle Ravenloft.
That's probably a good plan. So you can continue on your way.
You want to head off and get turned into a vampire or something? Want to do that? You want to speedrun that, Mia?
If it happens, it
Dra-
happens.
Speedrun vampire.
What's that?
Speedrun vampirization.
Oh no, I got bitten. It would be a shame if I die. Oh, where does this dagger come from? Unfortunate. Oh, I am back.
Oh, how
Fancy.
quaint. Yeah.
Oh,
just-
my heart doesn't beat anymore. Weird.
So, I can't remember who has the highest passive perception.
I mean,
Not me.
I have 22.
Yeah, I thought it was Rory. Rory, you catch something out of the corner of your eye that everybody else has missed, because everybody's sort of paying attention to the path, making sure they don't lose sight of the road in front of them. You catch sight of something silhouetted against the clouds in the sky. Now, at this point, the sun has passed. It's probably pushing 2 o'clock, so the sun is past noon, and you could see a silhouette in the sky, pretty distant, but there is something hanging in the sky watching you, and it isn't moving like a bird.
How is it moving?
It is hanging stationary. From where you are, it's about the size of your thumbnail if you held it up in front of you. And it's, you would guess, maybe 100 feet up.
So that thing is big, actually.
Yeah, well, I will, once I notice it, I will just stare at it,
All right.
like, very intently.
What's your passive investigation?
That is
Wow, that's a
currently
rare one.
only a 13.
I was reminded that it exists, so I figured I'd ask.
Yeah.
You can make an active investigation if you'd like.
18.
Yeah, so it's hard to tell at this distance, but it's actually a couple things, discrete things. It's far enough away that they look like they're stuck together. It looks like 3 people sitting on brooms, and they appear to be watching you.
Three.
3 different
Um,
people sitting on 3 different brooms.
Oh, God.
That hack said she had sisters and they would come for us, right?
I'm
Just-
not sure.
You said it.
Morgantha
I do
said
say
that
this.
she would be. I can't remember exactly what she said, but she said she's looking forward to seeing you guys again before she
That's it.
disappeared into the ethereal plane.
Yeah, also I think she told us something about her sisters, but I'm not sure.
Either way, I don't know if it's the hacks or not, but we are being followed by 3. Well, I'm not 100% sure if ladies or not.
It's hard to
But-
tell at this distance.
3 creatures on a broom. Sounds a bit cliche, like a witch, but I don't think. Butterscotch, would you say hags are like witches?
Are they just watching?
As far as you know, Volk, hags have no particular affinity for flying and/or broomsticks. Hags are more of the cave and cauldron type of witch than the classical Wicked Witch of the West.
Volk kind of shrugs their kitty shoulders.
Should we? I don't know. It's kind of a bit weird. They're just standing there. Should we invite them down?
I will do something else. Butterscotch, stay. Do you want to come with me, or do you want to stay down here?
Butterscotch will kind of like dig in their claws a little.
Okay. Yeah. I will be back momentarily.
Okay.
And I.
Before that, I should mention, Diana, you've probably been a bit ahead because we were expecting to keep on walking. You can see the silhouette of a structure up ahead on the road. It's still a good 60 feet away, but you can make out what looks like a gatehouse up ahead.
Okay, I'll say back to the party. If there's any trouble, we shouldn't be too far away from some shelter.
I mean, how about you go ahead and I converse with those lovely creatures?
All right.
No, we'll stay. We need someone to...
Volk looks unsure.
We need someone to catch you if you get knocked down or something.
If they wanted to harm us, they would have by now. Most likely, at least.
100% right.
Oh, I should mention, since this is relevant, these hovering figures are about 100 feet down the road towards Castle Ravenloft, whereas this gatehouse is the other way, towards Vallaki.
Okay. Out of character, I think I might know who that could be. But yeah. Even if something were to happen, I'm more or less confident enough that I would be able to get back to you before anything too troublesome happens.
Okay, I believe you.
Anyway.
I trust you to be safe.
Ismark is just going to
you want
shake
to
his
come?
head.
You seem uneasy.
Do you say this to me?
No, to Volk.
They don't want you to be alone.
Okay.
Oh.
Anyway, I just do like the little hop and then just hover above the ground for a bit. Then just, well, either this will go horribly wrong, or I will get some information. And, well, let's say I preferred throwing that out. See you guys in a bit.
Ismark is going to draw his sword, and he's going to shake his head. He's going to say, I think this is a terrible idea.
Volk meows with agreement.
Well, maybe, but I've learned from a certain person that you should always go to people and ask them about stuff, even if you were told not to. So, see you guys in a bit.
See you in a bit, and I'll cast this on you.
All right.
Yeah, I fly up towards those creatures.
Yeah, so Red touches you. You are imbued with heroic bravery, and you can flap away. Volk, you're going with Rory, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so as you flutter up along the path, you can see below you, now that you're a bit higher, it's a bit of a wasteland out here. You can see remains of things shrouded in mist. There are standards and broken spears and what look like skeletons underneath the coralling mists. There's very clearly been many battlefields along the route to Castle Ravenloft. Up ahead, however, the figures silhouetted against the sky quickly coalesce into three distinct figures. These are women you do not recognize. Two women and a man, I should say. They are dressed in black and gray clothing.
Which equality for all.
Yeah. They're sitting atop brooms, and you can hear them arguing with one another. In addition to that, one of them has a skeletal cat sitting on her shoulder. Another has an owl perched on the end of her broom. And the other has one of those hairless cat creatures you met in the woods.
Please tell me there's art for this.
I want to go for the bone marrow.
I don't actually have art for this. I'm making this up on the spot, so my apologies.
Oh.
My apologies. I didn't have this planned.
Cat.
Don't worry. No, I thought they just put some book art for it.
And that is why you
maybe
There
don't
is
think,
actually these are Barovian witches, so I can share that. NPCs, Barovian witches should be here.
Maybe
Unless-
they'll think that Rory is a witch as well because she has a cat.
Ah. And that is why you do not allow player characters with flying speed.
Yeah, I don't have art in here. Let me add it real quick. Handout. Barovian witches.
To be fair, witches are supposedly someone who does deal with the devil. I'm basically the same.
Yeah.
I also have a pet with me. Mine is not as metal as the skull cat, though. Mine is way better.
Definitely way better.
A lot more cuddly.
Oh yeah.
In a comfortable way.
Yeah.
There you go.
You know,
It is in
you
the
can't
NPC
snuggle
folder.
with a skeleton cat. They're too bony.
So these people don't have green skin, but they do have a sickly pallor to them. Yeah, and they are hovering there. As you approach, you can hear them arguing. I want to talk in a rhyme so bad, but I don't trust my rapping skills to be able to pull it off. They're arguing about a raven that they found, and they're arguing about how to cook it. The man is saying, I want to make this raven into jelly. And then the other says, I want to turn this into stew. I don't understand what you're saying. We have the potatoes, we have the parsnip, we can make a delicious stew. And the third one is saying, I want to eat it fresh, roasted over a fire, nice and crispy, bird bones, hollow, very crunchy, very nice. And they're just arguing back and forth as you approach.
Well, you should try making a stew, or rather a soup with the bones, and adding the roasted meat as ingredients. Quite delicious. Good evening, fair
Good evening.
ladies and sir.
Good evening, good evening, hello.
Mm.
We saw you walking along the road and we got very curious. We appreciate your advice. And the one who wants to turn them into jelly says, I still think we should turn it into jelly and rub it on bread.
Oh boy.
That's what you should... Actually, yeah, that's a good idea, especially for breakfast. You could at least do that with, like, part of the raven.
It's not a very big raven. And the one who's talking about jelly holds out this raven. And it's the raven that you left dead in the church back in the village of Barovia. It's not a very big raven.
Oh yeah, that really is not very big.
Do you perhaps have any other food we could eat? Anything tasty, anything munchable?
Nothing as fresh and delicious as a raven.
Perhaps your companion? Are you a good hunter, little familiar? He waves at Volk.
Quite good at hunting rabbits, but I have not seen many rabbits down here.
No, not
In the
many
couple
rabbits,
days.
not many rabbits, unfortunately.
It's unfortunate. A good rabbit stew is... There's nothing better when traveling.
Do you perhaps have any food on you? We could trade. We have many good things.
I do indeed have a couple rations. Not the best stuff, but
Rations.
I will go through my things.
Alright, they will start fingering through their pockets. They pull out nothing of particular value as far as you can tell. One of them says, this is an urn we stole from a traveling family. It held their dead grandfather. It's very nice, very fresh. Another one holds out what looks like a canopic jar and they say, this one has the mummified remains of a lung. Different one says, holds out one glove. It has a pair of fingernails sewn into the outside of the glove. She says, these we got off the remains of a dead adventurer.
Oh, those are quite lovely, actually.
They have a set
I'm
of
loving this so much.
They have a set of dice, they say, made from the knuckle bones of a notorious cheater who challenged Strahd to a game of dice and lost. So Strahd had him turn into dice instead. They
That
have
would be very lovely.
they have an inkwell, and they have the inkwell in a little black sack, and they say, this inkwell is cursed. Someone died after writing a letter with this, and their spirit went into the inkwell. Anyone who looks at the inkwell for too long becomes extremely nauseous and becomes sick for a day.
Oh, this is.
They hold out another one,
Oh, this is great.
and it's a black sack, black burlap sack, and they say, "This is a headsman's executioner hood. Many people got to be headed with this."
Take all these things. Take all
I
these.
thought they would actually
I
use an axe
love-
and not the hood itself.
I love the fact that all of this is happening 100 feet above the ground.
Yes. Meanwhile, I'm going to roll a thing real quick. No, my internet froze. Stop.
Oh no!
No.
Boo boo boo. Boo boo boo.
Ah, this is great.
Okay. What is your passive perception again?
22.
Again.
Hmm.
All right. So, they have begun circling around you at this point, and you catch one of them as they're pulling out various things and holding them out. One of them tries to reach down and perhaps finger one of your pockets, but you catch sight of that one. And then another one, obviously, she sees that you see her coming and she just stops. Unfortunately, you don't quite spot the male witch who has hovered behind you. You feel a slight prick on your head, but you think nothing of it. It's a bit breezy up here.
Ah. I would like to look behind me, where I'm guessing the male witch would be,
Yeah,
after plucking a hair off myself.
yeah. So you can roll an active perception this time to see if you can spot what he got from you.
Nope, 17.
No, unfortunately not.
I mean, I have an idea, so.
Yep. So they hover around you, offering these various horrific gothic trinkets in exchange for some rations.
Yeah, I will give them some smoked and dried meat and some semi-fresh smoked salmon,
All right.
as
They're
well as some rice bread.
they're very happy with this. Is there anything in particular you want from the list of things I listed? Either that, or you can roll. We'll say you gave them a lot of food. We'll go 3 rolls on the Gothic Trinkets table. So if you want to make 3 1d100 rolls and leave it up to fate, it's up to you.
Okay, I do want those dice because it's funny.
All right. So the dice for them, the gambler. We'll call them the gambler's dice.
The
Gambles,
ink
the
that
gambler's
makes people
knuckle
sick.
bones.
Yep.
Gambler's knuckle bones.
Yep. So
And the ink that.
the inkwell.
How was it? If you look at that little glass of ink, then you get sick, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then another 1d100, right?
Yeah. Go for it.
52.
52. That's the glove with the ivory fingernails on it.
The glove with the fingernails.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean,
Yeah.
I was tempted to take that one
Yeah.
either way.
And so as you pick it up, it's not hard to tell that this is human skin that the glove's made out of.
Oh, that is lovely.
Oh no.
It's a left-hand
you
glove. Left-hand glove, ivory fingernails, human skin glove. The
You undersold these.
inkwell of nausea,
Russia.
and the gambler's knuckle bones.
Mm. Human skin glove. Oh, this is quite lovely, actually. This is a lot better than I would have expected. Some
Is
proper
it-
craftsmanship.
What? You don't expect good things from local spiritualists?
Oh, I don't mean your work. I meant the quality of the materials. Some random ransacked adventurers usually have incredibly dry skin, dirty fingernails, but these look
This is very
quite
true.
lovely.
This is very true. They're disgusting. Where are you off to, by the way?
I am actually not quite sure. We are just traveling the land right now. I think someone was looking for something, but I don't remember quite where we were going.
Well, you're quite a large party. I'm sure you'll be fine. Watch out for wolves.
Yeah, we've come across a wolf or two.
And make sure you don't strike any ravens. We found this one so we can eat it.
Yeah, I've been told that it brings bad luck
It
and
does.
bad omens. Yeah. Can I be sure that you don't do anything weird with the piece that you picked off me?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you're not. Anyway, it was lovely meeting you three.
It was lovely meeting you too. Have a good fly.
You too, and I hope you will have a lovely supper.
We will enjoy it very much.
And I
They wave as
wave
you
them goodbye
fly away.
and go back to the others.
Yeah, so Volk, they don't actually speak animal or common. The skeletal
It was
cats.
just a joke.
Oh, all right.
They don't speak animal.
Yeah,
They don't speak animal.
they don't speak animal.
I
Is
don't.
what I mean.
I don't speak with it. I don't speak animal right now, anyways.
Okay.
I
You could
was
tell
just being silly.
the skeletal cats are familiars, so they would be undeads, obviously, and
Yeah.
the Grimishka is monstrosity, so it wouldn't speak any languages. Beasts would speak.
What about the owl?
Um,
The third one was an owl, right?
that's right. It would also be a familiar.
Yeah.
I
mean,
would say it's
regardless,
probably a
I
fiend.
don't. I haven't used speak with animals, anyways. So.
It's all good. It's all good. They don't behave like normal animals. Anyway.
I was just being silly. I'm sorry.
In the meantime, back at the rest of the party, Ireena would actually probably approach Redmond while you guys are waiting, and she would say, "Did I hear right that you saved someone from death? You brought them back?"
I think yes. Well, yeah. Well, Rory died, and then they were alive, and I tried something, and something happened. So yes, I think
That is amazing. I have heard stories about the people of great faith being able to bring back the dead. I didn't think it was possible.
Well, I didn't think so either. And you can see like Roy like Red is like very uncomfortable. But it just happened. Honestly, I don't think it's something I can do. To be honest, it just happened. It's really awful. And then it happened.
That is quite amazing.
You think?
I certainly think so. To be invested with what must be divine power. I mean, Rory, this doesn't seem. She seems a little prickly, but clearly she was restored exactly as she was. All of the other resurrections I'm aware of are rather undead.
Yes. I saw some ghastly ghouls and ghasts down when we tried to rescue those children that were dead, unfortunately. Ghosts as well. So a lot of undead around this place. It's
No one is happy in their undeath.
no. It just seems not really. No one's happy here. Anyway, it's saddening.
No, but that is what are we here for, right? Our optimism. We bring light to the masses, the light of a new dawn.
Mm-hmm. I suppose, right? But even that, some have issue with.
Yes, it doesn't seem to be a very popular perspective on things. So many things are happening.
Yes. I just worry that things are ruined now. Honestly.
I wouldn't be so worried, personally. I mean, my brother and I don't always get along on everything, but we're there for each other, and we look after each other, and in the end, that's all you really need, even if you disagree. As long as you care and you're there, even if, sometimes it's a little difficult. It's the caring that matters, and I can see you care. And despite the prickliness, it seems like Rory cares. And Volk is hard to read. Hard to read.
Very hard to read, but so easy at the same time. It's actually kind of concerning. It is what it is, I suppose. I'm sorry to be so rude, but do you mind if I just have some time alone for a bit?
That's
It's
alright.
okay.
No
I'm
worries.
so sorry.
In the meantime, Ismark was going to approach Ileena, and he was going to say,
Mm-hmm.
what is your take on this? Those look like witches, maybe?
I just realized I
Good.
would have had advantage on a perception check because of the item.
Hmm.
But
He,
well,
he plucks some hairs off of your head.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
I figured.
Well, it could be witches, but we can't be sure in this place, or at least I can't be sure in this place.
I'm not familiar with
Um,
that type of creature. We mostly fought things on the ground back in the village. It's a terrible thing to be under siege.
Yes. I know how it feels when you have no escape from a place.
Ugh. Drink? He's gonna hold out his wine flask.
Yeah, she will accept it and take a swig.
Yeah, it's some of the Wizard of Wine's wine, so it's the better stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he will drink with you as well, and he'll say, "You never quite get over your friends. They're passing. It's hard, but it's good to be on the road again with people. It's good to be doing something."
Well, sometimes you may ask yourself if it was better to do nothing than do something in some situations.
Well, I did do nothing.
And you're alive?
It's true. Oh, I would. It was for her, really. My father could take care of himself, but Ireena, she's had a hard life, and I would give anything to make sure she was safe.
Well, that's a noble thing of you. Not a lot of people would give everything for the sake of another one.
Well, it's our lot in life, I guess. Soldiers. You strike me as a soldier, is all I mean.
Oh, you may call me that.
Some nobility too, perhaps.
And I sometimes wish that I wasn't.
I feel that. Nobility is a hard legacy to carry. They called my father the Great, Ismark the Great. I got his name, and I got the opposite moniker.
Well, not every kid lives to the expectations of others when they have great parents.
That's the truth. He drinks again.
If he offers her to drink, she will
Yeah.
drink too.
Yeah, he'll share freely.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot wait to get back indoors. All right. If nothing
Okay.
else, Rory can rejoin the party at this point.
And Volk.
And Volk, sorry, and Volk, bearing treasures of ghastly nature.
Hmm. Slightly cursed items,
Slightly.
in one way or another.
Quietly.
So
2 out of 3 of these things are made of people, and the last one has the soul of someone inside. Lovely.
So with that, unless anybody has anything else to add, we are ready to go. And Diana can lead the way down the road. The gatehouse quickly comes into view, and you see it's a mirror of the gate you first saw way back in Session 0 when you entered the land of Barovia. This one is in much better repair, and it isn't overgrown with a bunch of trees. There are 2 gatehouses, maybe 3 stories high, and in front of both of them are sentinels standing tall. One of them is an elderly king with a big beard. The other one is a younger man with striking features, and he is holding his hand out as if to say stop. The statues are on the other side of the gatehouse, and markate, you would assume, what used to be the domain of Ravenloft.
Did we see these when we came in?
Yes, there was versions of these statues back in the forest when you first entered Barovia.
But they were beheaded.
Yeah, both of their heads were missing, and they were well overgrown.
And you said these were on the opposite side of the gate, so we're
Yes.
these guys like preventing people coming in, we're leaving.
Yeah. So when you pass through the gate, when you look back, they are sort of standing like sentinels on the other side, as if to say, "This is the land of Ravenloft. Past here, you're in our power."
Oh, so we're no longer in Ravenloft. That's a bit comforting.
Still in Barovia, though.
What is what is Strahd like? What is he like? How does he rule?
Ismark will say he doesn't really. They say, I've heard it said that he is something of a landlord. He's there. You have to be careful you don't piss him off, but usually he ignores you. And Ireena will perk up and say, except in some cases, sadly.
Does he collect taxes?
Well, I guess he has a thing for very beautiful young ladies.
She will wink at you.
And I give her a little smirk.
Ismark will say, no taxes. All of the oldest coins of Barovia will bear his face. And he's going to hold out a gold. And you can see the visage on it. It matches the statue's face, the younger one, at the gatehouse. So that's very clearly a statue of Strahd. So at one point it probably was the case, but it's been centuries since he was really involved in any sort of political affairs. He comes down, his kind comes down every once in a while, his brides, to prey on us.
His brides?
Well, brides is perhaps a misnomer. There's some of them are men as well. His partners, I guess, they come down at night sometimes to pick on people on the roads. They rarely enter the towns. They can't enter. They can't enter homes unless they are invited in, and we're all told from a young age to never invite people in.
That makes some things make more sense.
I guess all of his partners, I say with a little smirk, get turned into vampires as well. Makes sense.
They are creatures of the night. We are told to stay away from such creatures if we see them, although usually if you do, you are dead. There are periods that are better. The last 5 to 10 years perhaps have been worse. Since my father's passing, Strahd has been more active, and his minions have been more active, moving from place to place. But there are periods, I am told, decades here and there, where all is peaceful, and then something awakens Strahd, they say, and he comes forth from his coffin, digging himself up, as they say. It comes down and harasses people until whatever he is after is satisfied, and then he returns, and then there are a few decades of peace. Otherwise, he ignores us.
Was it always like this?
As far as we can remember, I haven't heard of anything different. At one point, they say the sun shone. There are stories. They say the Dendar, the night serpent, came and ate the sun. He's a servant of Mother Night. Others say we angered the Morning Lord for some great sin, and so the Morning Lord turned his face from us, so we will never be shone upon by the sun again. Others say when Strahd took rulership of these lands, he carried a terrible curse with him, and so all of us were sent into a hell of mist and death.
So, Ismark,
Yes.
I guess your position is that you would say fighting him is foolish.
Generally,
After all
yes. I mean, there is a part of me that would like very much to see him dead. I do not believe that will ever happen.
I mean, I guess makes sense. After all, you didn't. Let's say you didn't really like the idea of the wizard going at him. But I wonder, Ireena, how is it for you? Do you feel the same?
I am not sure. Strahd is a distant stranger, other than his harassing me at night. I mean, I don't know how to feel. He's a terror, an omnipresent terror that we never really escape. But it's comforting in a way that he is there. It's a constant. We know no matter what happens, night will fall. We will have to go inside. That is something, at least. I would like to see the sun. And if that means Strahd needs to be deposed, needs to be killed, maybe it falls to us to do it.
So, if you had the choice, you would have gone with the wizard.
She gives Ismark a look after a pause and says, I would have gone with the wizard to face him.
Oh boy.
Why didn't you? And I look at Ismark.
Ismark sets his jaw and he says, I told her not to, and I forbade it. And Ireena says, I was scared too. I wanted to fight, but the wizard gave me a gift. And I was very grateful to him for that. And he told me that if I wanted to come with him, he would be very grateful, but he would understand if I remained behind and enjoyed my gift. And with my brother being so insistent, I chose to stay.
It would be a bit rude to ask you about the gift, but maybe. If Eurofila told me. Anyways, we
She
should
smiles and
continue
says, I will consider it. And Ismark will give her a stern look and shake his head slightly. And she'll brush him off.
But
and he'll
I'm
say,
surprised if you let him say no to what you wanted to do. After all, it is your choice.
It is
Like
my
I said
choice.
before.
I listened to my brother's advice. He looks after me.
I guess it's also your choice to follow his advice.
He is wise.
He should maybe drink a bit less. But besides that, he's a good man. I think.
Ismark overhears this, obviously, and he's going to cough into his hand. He's going to say, perhaps we should get moving.
We should.
We're burning daylight, such as it is.
Well, not quite daylight, but I know what you mean.
I think that's why the additive of such as it is.
Yeah. So, you continue on your way. The sun continues passing overhead, and it is around the 5 p.m., 6 p.m. mark that you spot another break, a change in the environment. Up ahead, you could see that the fog breaks a bit as the forest begins coming up around you. There's a clearing up ahead, a couple miles across, and you could see there's a hill up ahead, and sitting atop of this hill is a windmill. It looks almost like it looks almost like a corpse, as the skeleton of a windmill. The
I know that a lot of people will know what this means.
the
I
arms.
think this is the thing that we're supposed to avoid.
Yeah, the arms of this windmill, despite clearly not having any fabric on them, are turning in a circle. And
That is
behind
so creepy, Arthur.
behind the windmill, you can see there is a number of standing stones sitting next to the forest behind the windmill. They're much larger than the varieties you've seen elsewhere. There are 4 of them. The pathway winds closer to the windmill, but it branches off. It looks like maybe half a kilometer before the windmill, so you won't actually have to get close to the windmill to pass by. But the path definitely meanders in that direction, and the sun, as I said, is approaching twilight times, so it is looking like you could save some time by cutting across the foggy lowlands between the branch of the path. Maybe I'll just share the map with you so you can see what I'm talking about. I'm having a hard time describing it.
Yay, maps!
Would it be faster to go past the windmill or away from the windmill? Is the question, I guess.
It would be faster to ignore the windmill, but you will have to track through... oh, damn it, come on. Cooperate with me, roll 20.
Come on, map load. Hey.
Ooh, map.
Yeah, so I will move
It's a
the
map,
token.
It's a map, it's a map, it's a map.
So the Dungeons and Dragons ampersand is where your group is at the moment, in the center of the map. So there are 2 options here. You can have your time through this clearing by going straight north and reconnecting with the path up ahead, or you can follow the meandering to the left and get really close to this windmill that you were warned many times to stay away from.
Oh, we warned about that? Okay.
It is up to you.
Yeah.
The path going forward is heavily shrouded in fog again, so visibility will be reduced.
So here's the windmill, and there's the short. Okay, yeah.
Exactly.
So either we go through the mist, which is a bad idea, or we go close to the windmill, which is an even worse idea.
It is up to you.
Yeah.
Okay, windmill looks very scary. We were told not to go there. I vote for the shortcut.
Wow.
Can try and lead us to the shortcut. As long as there's no magic involved, we shouldn't get lost.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Might I suggest... Well, option 1 would be holding hands. Quite romantic. Option 2, which would be a bit more reasonable, would be tying us together.
Tying
with rope.
ourselves together.
I will cast Dancing Lights. I'll place one above my head, one above Redmond's head, and one above Ireena's head.
Alright.
Try not to mistake them for wisps.
Yes, I was going to say that. What do you describe?
Can I make... Would I know... I got a pretty high roll on a thing before, didn't I? Yeah, an Arcana roll?
Yeah.
Would I know that if wisps are a certain colour?
They come in many different colors.
Okay.
Generally, though, they have an orange hue, like torchlight. But they can change to fit any environment they find themselves in.
Okay. I'm trying to think of how I can differentiate these from wisps. How about... No, that wouldn't work. You know what? We'll disregard that idea. I don't want anyone wandering off thinking they're following one of us. Yeah, let's all just try and stick together. I don't think any dancing lights would work.
Yeah, the lights won't really penetrate this heavy fog.
Oh wait, what's Drow's 2nd level spell that they get? Because I get that, but I forgot what it was.
And darkness, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, it's darkness. Okay.
The
that's not
opposite
gonna help.
of what you're looking for.
Yep.
I think Fairy Fire is the other one Drow get at some point,
That'd be...
unless I'm mistaken.
Could be.
Yeah, that might be a... Let me check. I should have written it down, but not added it to the spell list.
Draw.
Oh no, no, you do get at 3rd level. You can cast the fairy fire spell once per day.
Oh yeah.
Can I get everyone to group up and cast
Make us
fairy
glow?
fire? Yeah.
Yeah.
Fairy fire's-
That might not be a good idea.
Well,
it's
you will be outlined.
concentration, so I can drop it whenever I want.
I suppose I'd like the rope idea.
Yeah, why? We don't have that much time. We should get going either way. So
Yeah.
I get out the piece of rope
Yep.
and just start tying people together.
Maybe
And
not
every
tied
time make-
together, but like very lightly connected.
Loosely, loosely, in a
Yeah.
way that if that
Yeah.
person like pulls really hard, it lets go. And every single time I tie someone together, I make a suggestive joke about being good with tying rope.
This is the 3rd time I've heard it, but it is still so funny.
Yeah, Ireena giggles every time.
Yeah, and when I do it with Ireena, I give her a very the smirk again.
Oh no.
She shares this smirk. There's some big sapphic energy here. She
Goddamn,
listens
baby.
to Girl in Red.
Oh my goodness. This is good references.
Rory and Ireena are just gonna tease each other.
Yep.
Just blue balling each other until the end of time.
This is you could tell Ismark sighs every once in a while when he notices it. This isn't the first time she's hit on an attractive female. So
At least he doesn't know that I'm full of scars yet, so.
Oh, boy. Isn't that just the start of every relationship ever?
yeah, basically. Yeah. So anyway, cuteness aside, let's get a perception check at disadvantage because of the lack of light and the obscuring nature of the fog.
For everyone or just in front?
It's going to be a group check because there are things in this fog, and this is going to determine whether you're surprised or not. So you can't avoid them. There are enough things in this fog that you will run into some of them. So
Does my
So it relies on sight, you say, right?
this is going to rely on sight and or sound. Yes.
does my natural explorer trait help? It says even when even when you're engaged in other activity while traveling, such as foraging, navigating, or tracking, you remain alert to danger.
Okay.
And my magic item gives me advantage on things that rely on sight, so I would say it should be at least neutral.
Okay. So we'll call it an even one across the board because you get
I
disadvantage
have
from the
advantage
fog.
on wisdom perception checks that rely on smell.
Oof.
All right.
Oof.
So
I
we
guess I
just
still have a
do
passive perception at least.
Yeah. So just roll like normal. No advantage, disadvantage. They
Alright.
cancel out.
Oh,
No, Diana.
there's
come and save the
Diana.
day.
There you go. So Diana and Ileena, you guys are able to warn the party because you hear it before you see it. You hear creaking and the shuffling of dirt from side to side. And as you're walking along the path about halfway down, there are undead things, it seems like, approaching you from either side.
My elf is sense danger.
Yes. So there is no
Yeah.
surprise. Objects and tokens, there we go. It is heavily obscured though, so if you are more than 15 feet away from someone, they will be obscured. If you are more than 30 feet away from somebody, you can't see them.
Okay.
Does my
Now,
double
what-
sight thing work though, even with the mist?
And a double sight doesn't work with the.
No, not double sight. My double sight. I have
Double
a
sight.
feature that gives me double the vision range.
What?
Does it
That's so
allow you to
cool.
see through smoke and or fog?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, then it wouldn't really apply here. Because the main reason for the low visibility here is there's heavy fog from about 30 feet up, straight down.
It just says you can see and hear things clearly from twice as far as you normally can.
Gotcha.
So I don't know. It would be too. The thing is already too broken. So
All right. So let's get some initiative rolls up in here.
Oh,
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
imagine having combat in a spooky campaign.
advantage.
Oh, nice initiative.
Ooh, Diana.
Should we adjust places where we are?
Yes, you can set yourself up as you are walking along. The sounds are coming from all around you, to your left and right. So you are not surprised, so you're going to have time to be able to set this up.
Yeah, didn't Redmond say that he's going to be in front?
Yeah.
He did say his body would be in the way of danger.
Is down forwards or is
You were headed north, so north is up.
Okay, so I'm in the back. One paladin in the front, one paladin in the back.
Yep.
And I guess Volk is currently still in cat form.
Yeah, as soon as we've
Meow.
got, ideas of danger, Volk will jump off of you and wild shape into something a little more intimidating.
I need Ismark and Ireena.
And that more intimidating thing, let's do a direwolf's nice.
Direwolf? Alright.
Oh. Would that thing be is the direwolf the big one where you could in theory ride it?
No, it's medium. Or no, it is large. It is
large.
large. We can switch.
Hey.
We can switch.
Yay!
Oh,
Another option is brown bear because they get multi-attack, and I like that. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be a brown bear. Got lower
dear
AC.
DM, can I ride my brown bear?
You can ride your brown bear.
Heck yeah!
Raising?
Racing.
You would be a large creature as a brown bear, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's just like riding a horse. You're good.
Yeah. I'm gonna scratch your ear in brown bear form and like, oh, how the tables have turned, my sweetie.
How the turns have tabled.
Indeed.
This is totally not weird.
Alright. So
They have
Diana,
a
you're
very
up
pure relationship.
first.
I do not know how to.
Am I
increase
Both
that,
able to see
so
anything?
I'm going to
Or is it all-
rush.
If you would like to try to make things out in the mist, you can make a perception check to see what you can see.
And you said I hear it coming from all around me.
Yes,
right?
you hear groans, moans, and creaking from all around.
Okay. Is it a perception check as my action, or just free action?
This is to listen. So I will say called a bonus action because it's taking some amount of attention, but it's not going to take your whole action.
Okay. Perception. 6. Wow.
All right. So with that, you don't get any specific honing in on anybody in particular.
Okay. I'll draw my scimitars and kind of just stealthily walk carefully in this direction,
You certainly can.
staying
All right.
in view of Redmond.
There, I made a square. That's
Alright.
my space.
You have not stumbled upon anybody.
Okay. You said it's 15 feet is lightly obscured, 30 feet is heavily,
Yeah.
So I'm gonna.
I shout, Diana, please do not stray too far.
At this point, you step on a broken branch, and out springs a hand. Let's get this stuff. I have so many character sheets here. Took a layer. Out springs a hand up on its fingers, and it has bones sticking out of the back of the hand. And this hand clenches at you menacingly from under the branch where it was hiding.
It's a
It's
hand.
just the head of a ghoul or something, but it's literally just a hand.
I'm gonna slice down as it tries with the scimitars.
Yeah, go for it.
Advantage. Is there a way to do the? I don't know whether I figured it out or not. To do the triple advantage with what's it? Elven accuracy.
Raw, and I don't have a reason to change it. Advantage never stacks on top of itself.
Yep.
So you only get one, even if it's from multiple sources.
With Elven accuracy, you roll three dices.
Yeah, it's specifically
Oh,
you
right,
roll
if-
another dice
yeah.
if you have advantage.
Specific things override the general rule, so yes, it would be 3.
I'll just roll an extra d20 because as long as I
Go
hit
for it,
it,
yeah.
That's the first one. So that is that. I meant to just roll. I'll roll damage. I'm just being dumb.
Don't forget, you
Hey.
do not have your bonus action. You used it for listening.
Yes.
I know.
Yes, so you do hit it. Its AC is
hit
an
it.
abysmal 12.
Dread Ambusher, I get an extra 7 damage.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Oh, you're Red Ambusher. Oh,
So you
disgusting.
eviscerate this. This hand explodes into meaty chunks. A rotting smell spreads everywhere.
Okay,
Oh,
nice. My walking speed is increased by 10 feet as well.
All right.
And I can make another weapon attack as part of the same action. So I will. How far have I moved? I was just behind Redmond. That's 20 feet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move another 10 feet this way,
Okay. You do not come across anybody.
and then move back. That's the end of my turn.
All right. Ireena's turn. Ireena is going to back up next to you, Rory. She's going to go back to back with you with her short sword drawn, and she's going to say, "Want me to watch your back?"
Oh, sure.
And anything else that you feel like showing me?
Oh my lord.
Well, if I can watch yours.
Yeah, and then she's going to hold an action to melee attack anything that comes within range. Rory's turn.
Yeah, I will do the thing with listening very intensely
Okay.
for stuff. My perception will suck ass 12.
Yeah, unfortunately you can't hear anybody. There is some vague sounds from this direction and back here on your flanks, but you can't pinpoint anybody in particular.
Yeah, I will just call out to the others that there seems to be something flanking us from behind, slightly behind us, and I will just get my crossbow ready to shoot at anything that comes within
Alright.
sight.
Holding your action for a ranged attack.
Mm-hmm. I would preferably let it go once someone is next to a teammate, for reasons.
Ismark is going to step forward so that he is... no, Ismark's going to stay where he is. And he's going to hold his sword out and he's going to say, "I've got your guys back. Don't get too far from me. I can make sure nothing gets close." So he is also going to hold an action to melee attack anybody that comes near. Then we come to one of the creature's turns.
Boy.
So out from the mists, you hear the creaking and moaning of a creature as it pulls itself up from the dirt where it was hiding, and it shambles towards you. A corpse, reeking and stinking, with arms stuck out as if in rigor mortis, and it is going to approach Volk as a bear, and it's going to try to claw at Bear Volk. Bavolk?
The Volk.
Ver?
I guess my attack would go.
Dude, it's just Volk.
Yeah, so you can make your your held action.
That's 20
Oh,
damage.
goodness.
And sadly, I think those have 21 HP.
Yeah. So, it goes down, and now it's going to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's fucking zombies. Didn't zombies have 21 HP? Or 22?
This one
I
is
think
in
it's
very
like
poor
that.
condition.
Okay.
Don't matter game.
Good, sorry.
6, that's a fail, right?
So it does not seem to move when it goes down. It
I
seems
just
to be
shoot
done.
the head off its shoulders.
Exactly. However, that is not the last one who gets to go this turn, because another zombie comes out of the mists in front of Diana, and it's going to shamble towards Diana, and then make attacks against Diana. So it is going to swing its stiff limbs at you. A 22? So you
Yep.
take 7 bludgeoning as this thing's rotting arms swing at you, and some gross flesh sloughs off and sticks to your clothes as it swings.
Diana tries to block it with the scimitars, but I suppose... Oh. Yeah. I just had a thought that she cuts off its hand, and it's just, as it flies off, it slaps her in the face.
That's great. Yeah.
But yeah, she tries to block it, it shivers as she's covered in this gunk.
Yep. At that point, another zombie is going to appear, and this one is a little bit faster than the others. His legs seem a little more intact. It's going to rush at Ismark, triggering the held action.
Opportunity attack. Held action, that's what it is. Never mind.
21 for 7 damage.
Well done, Ismark.
Yeah! So he slashes through this thing, but he isn't able to slow it down long enough. Slow it down enough, and it manages to get a slam off against him. Does not manage to hit him through his chainmail. He doesn't find purchase. That brings us to Redmond's turn.
Marvelous. Could I divine sense?
You can absolutely divine sense.
That is
Flex
amazing.
them.
Paladins, there we go.
I'd like
So,
Time the speech has been used.
yeah. So one of the reasons I had planned a misty encounter in a bog of some sort. So yes, I will reveal them now as you can call them out to everyone.
Yes, I'll call them out.
No.
And the whole map is just flushed red with zombies. Oh boy! That was a joke!
Yeah. So you are surrounded by zombies and undead.
Boy, this
Um,
is gonna be fun.
Yeah, so you can feel free to call these out on other people's turns. Talking is a free action, so
Yeah.
functionally you know where all of these are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For one turn.
they render in your smell like the smell of rotting flesh. So it's easy to pinpoint where they are.
Yeah, I'll call them out. I'll just shout out, Diana, come back to the group. Ilena, get the ones on your right. I've got this flank. And then I'll go over here.
Can I smell them?
You can on your turn.
Yeah, and I'll...
Yeah.
Smell you.
oh my god. I'll go over here, and I think here would be best, yeah. And I'll start like, come at me, you filthy nose.
All right.
A PG-13 campaign.
All right. You curse in a language that we, as the audience, do not understand.
Exactly.
That brings us to this swarm of limbs. So you see emerging out of the fog, coming towards you, 5, 10, 15, 20, a mass of limbs. Some of them are hands, some of them are arms, there's a couple legs, there's maybe a biting head in there as well.
Oh my goodness.
And this swarm is going to sloop onto the same spot as you, Redmond, and
Yeah.
these
Hey, I've seen
various
this one
limbs,
before.
they're going to bash at you and try to break their way through.
Oh,
So, I didn't open up that, whatchamacallit, that token page. Swarm of zombie limbs. There we go.
I wonder if it's more pleasant or less pleasant than the bugs.
Let's find out.
This
So,
man keeps getting swarmed by limbs.
Yeah,
So
I feel like
they
it's
are
just
going
getting
to
more
attack
distressing
you,
from turn to turn.
and then they're going to try to grapple you.
It does not hit.
Does not hit.
Yeah,
Well, that
it
is
doesn't-
alright, because it has multi-attack, this swarm.
Oh,
Because there are
geez.
so many hands in here. So its second attack, it is going to attempt to grab hold of you and hold you still.
Is it? Okay, it doesn't hit.
Also misses. So you are safe for now. You are surrounded by writhing limbs, but they don't manage to grab hold of you.
I'm fine. Just help yourselves.
This crawling claw is going to skitter forward and attempt to jump on Ismark.
Or Ismark.
No, it's Mark.
Oh no, Ismark.
22. So yeah, he manages to find a spot in chink in Ismark's chainmail, and he takes some bludgeoning damage as its fingers dig into his flesh, and he grunts and tries to shrug it off. Other zombie limbs down here. So these zombie limbs, this mass of writhing arms is going to head towards Ileena, triggering. Did you have turn yet with a held action? Hi, Beaky?
No, I have 4 initiative.
Okay,
Yep.
so these limbs manage to reach you, and they sloop onto your spot, and they're going to make 2 attacks against you.
Schloop.
Swarm of zombie limbs. Swarm of zombie limbs. Come on. Character sheets keep breaking. Boom.
Oh no.
Okay, so as they reach your space, they're going to throw themselves bodily at you. Does a 16 hit?
A 16 does.
All right. So that's going to be 5 bludgeoning damage as these slam into you. And then it is going to try to grab you and hold you in place. Does a 22 hit?
A 22 certainly hit.
Okay, so let's get a strength saving throw. The DC is 12.
Oh yeah, with my -1 in strength.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Let's go.
Hey, you're safe. So they do manage to grab hold of you, and you take 7 necrotic damage. But they do not remain holding on to you, so you are safe from further damage. The necrotic damage, by the way, is as these fingers dig into your flesh, they leave bits of poison and ichor behind.
Nice.
Volk.
Yay! I am going to carry my passenger. Actually, no, I don't need to move. I'm just gonna attack the guys. This thing right here.
The
whatever
crawling
it is.
claw. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
It's a
It's
AC
right
12.
there.
It is.
Okay,
It is technically on Ismark, I guess. I should have moved it onto his space. It's riding Ismark.
Okay. I have a +6 to hit.
Yep.
So roll a 20 +6. That's a 21 to hit.
Yeah, you hit.
Yeah! And I'm multi-attack, so I get to attack again. 1d8 +4.
I wanted to have it more split up, but then I noticed, okay, and first one is just like something like pride.
Oh no.
That's 9 damage.
Yeah, so you murder it. This thing was crawling around Ismark and was trying to reach inside of his chain shirt to get some damage on him. So you probably just swipe it off and it disintegrates with your hit.
Giant bear swipe.
Mm-hmm.
And then Volk will kind of squish in over here, carrying Rory with them,
Perfect.
and attack this zombie right here.
Go for it.
Another +6 to hit with my claws. So that was a bite. So basically, I went in with my jaws, grabbed it, and just yeeted it, and it just
Heck yeah.
you know.
It tastes disgusting.
Yeah, I figured. Roll 1d20 +6. That's an 8.
An 8. That is enough to hit
that
it.
does not hit. That is enough to hit the
That is
zombie.
enough to hit it.
Wow. Jeez Louise. 2d6 +4. And I do 13 damage to the
Heck
zombie.
yeah. This zombie is still
with
standing.
my claw.
It seems a little more
I think
intact than the
I
other
think
one.
Volk will rake their claws across its chest and dislodge a couple of ribs.
Yeah, some ribs go flying off into the night. Or
You've
evening.
just been mauled.
Rawr, rawr, rawr,
Good
rawr. Because you're a bear. That brings us to this zombie. 5, 10, 15, 20. Is their movement speed 20 or 25? It is 20. So this zombie doesn't manage to get in enough range to anybody, but it is headed straight for Ilena.
Okay.
And then the crawling claw gets to go. This crawling claw, 5, 10, 15, 20, also can't reach anybody, but it approaches. Ilena, it is your turn.
Okay. Finally, it's my turn. I can. What? So I'll move. Oh no. Okay, I have that thing on me.
Yeah.
Right?
You are not
The-
grappled though, so you can move out of its space.
Okay, so I'll move actually, but here.
Okay.
And I'll try and attack the crawling claw.
Yeah, go for it.
The swarm.
Go for it. 12.
Oh, 12.
I think that hits. That hits.
Okay, so it isn't 15. It's 13 damage because I will smite.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, it's already in the damage. It's a grand total of 13 damage.
Oh,
I
Yeah, gotcha.
left my divine favor bonus on. But yes.
Understood.
It's,
Does that factor in the 1d extra 1d8 for these being undead?
no, it doesn't. So I'll roll 1d8.
Boom.
So now,
Big money.
and then I'll attack again.
Yeah. So this thing, these limbs burst in light, and it seems like most of them stop moving. But there's maybe one arm still reaching out to you meekly.
22, 6, 7.
Yep, you managed to kill this swarm. They sag into a heap of gross rotting arms.
Then I will use my bonus action to cast Shield of Faith on me.
Alright,
Get more AC.
more AC.
More.
This zombie, 5, 10, 15,
You
20,
can never
25.
hurt from having too much AC.
Oh, it's gonna get smacked.
These ones have a little more speed. No, still only 20. So it does not manage to reach Ireena, but it is headed that way. This zombie is going to approach Red. Now, Redmond, this zombie seems really more intact than the other ones.
Yeah.
It seems freshly dead to a certain degree. So as it approaches, it manages to get 2 swings at you. First, it rakes you with its
hello.
claws. Oh, sorry, 3 swings. It swings both of its hands at you and a bite. So claw, bite.
Miss.
All of them misses.
All of them bounce against my armor.
Got them paladins.
Hell yeah. So, well, it's the plate, really. It doesn't manage to reach any vulnerable part of you, but it is doing its best.
Mhm.
That brings us to this zombie's turn. This zombie is going to approach Ileena. And it is going to do the same thing to Ileena.
Oh no!
Claw, bite.
Oh, I mean it's low damage at least.
Alright.
So it's 6 damage that enters on me.
6 damage, yes.
I'm officially at 10.
Heavy armor master, very great thing. Would reduce this to 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but I wear light armor because I have no strength.
Ah,
I'm a
unfortunate.
dex paladin.
That brings us back to the top with Diana.
Store is dead.
Oh no! She started this fight. She disappeared.
He's so far gone we can't see them anymore.
Lost to the mist.
Oh, I guess I can just barely make them out.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, no worries. It's a long combat.
Yeah, I just had to go get something real quick. My food had arrived. Yeah, I'm gonna cast Zephyr Strike on myself.
Go for it.
Oh.
So when I attack, that'll be 7 piercing damage. Well, whatever damage the thing is.
Yep.
I'm gonna move. Like, there's a shadowy after image left behind as I attack this zombie with a scimitar. Actually,
Yeah.
Wait, can this zombie get her? She's seen them move. She knows, like.
No, they only have
Okay.
20 feet of movement. They're not very fast.
Oh, it'd be able to get to. Is that Ilena there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
in
it
range
gets
of
the
Ireena.
arena.
Yeah. You know what, actually, I will move, and I will move back here, attack the core thing.
That works.
And
Would it get
just, like,
opportunity attack against you, or would Zephyr Strike negate
No,
that?
Zephyr Strike stops it doing opportunity attacks.
Okay.
I put the spell description there.
Beauty.
So yeah, there's shadowy after image as she moves with
Yeah. So
an earthly
it
grace.
swings at the after image, but its cold eyes are going in 2 different directions and can't find you.
Right, and then scimitar 24.
Heck yeah,
Success
this is
maybe?
very dead.
Yeah. So yeah, 9 plus 7.
Mhm.
And I will then move. Where do I want to move? I'll move down there.
All right. That
Right,
brings us.
attack Ilena with it.
That brings us to Ireena. She gives you a smile and she says, "Thanks." And then she's going to step forward and she's going to attack this zombie.
He's in.
Yeah, go Ireena.
So we get a silver shortsword attack. She hits it, doing 5 piercing.
Well,
So she
I like
stabs
how
into this thing, and an organ inside pops and leaks horrible fluids down into the ground at your
Ooh.
feet.
Hmm.
What were you going to say,
go
Mia?
Ireena.
I just noticed that all of the quote-unquote fresh zombies were very low on the initiative, so it's kind of funny.
That honestly is coincidental. I just assigned numbers randomly. It worked out that way. It is your turn, Rory.
I'm debating whether to go melee mode or not, but I'm guessing not because I said I'm gonna stay with Volk. So I'm gonna. What crossbow bolt did I have again? Smoldering bolt sounds good. Yeah, I would load a smoldering bolt into my crossbow,
All right.
which has an extra 1d4 fire damage at the beginning of its next turn, apparently.
Hmm.
So I shoot at the one that Ireena is fighting.
Go for it. You have vantage. It doesn't have any cover because you're on top of a bear.
Hey.
Yeah.
13. That is a very weak sneak attack.
That hits.
And I guess on its turn it takes 1d4 fire damage.
1d4 fire damage on its turn. Gotcha.
I love
Ismark's
that
turn.
line, you're on top of a bear.
Ismark's turn. Ismark is going to make his 2 attacks against the zombie attacking Ilena. Let's go. Short sword. Short sword. Beauty. Well, the second one hits.
Nice.
Doing 4 slashing. And he is going to use one of his maneuver dice to try to trip it. So he does an extra 1d8. And it needs to make a strength saving throw.
Oh no. I think that succeeds, right?
It succeeds. So he tries to trip this zombie, but its leg just breaks off, so it manages to stay standing. That brings us to the zombie's turn. This zombie, 5, 10, 15, gets in range right between the two of you. And it is going to swing at Diana, because you ran away from it last time. It has enough of a brain to be mad about that. So it's going to swing at you. Does an 18 hit?
It does.
So 2 bludgeoning as it swings at you.
Okay.
Then the zombie on Ilena is going to attack Ilena.
Okay. Ugh, that's
Jeez, they're already at you.
3 bludgeoning, unfortunately.
the dice calls hate me. It has been proved.
Yeah.
You're the next to get a death counter.
Redmond.
Oh yeah, I am.
Yes, I will attack the massive amount of limbs.
All right, go for it.
The 13.
13 will hit.
Marvelous, and I would like to smite.
All right, go
With
for it.
3D.
It is undead, so you get an extra d8. Also, I'm going to move you to the back so I can see its page. Okay, so that's a 19 total, right?
Yes.
Hell yeah! So you blast this thing, and there's maybe only one leg. There's like a foot that's still standing there. And
Ooh.
it is its turn next, unless you have anything else you can do.
No, that'll be it. Takes
All right.
19 damage.
So this
I'm just gonna kick you.
this remaining limb of this swarm is going to attempt to hit
If
you.
it's a foot, it kicks you.
Yeah, so
In
it
the
is
private.
attempting to kick you. Kick you. It misses.
Dinner first.
It misses, but its toes are broken in such a way that it tries to grab hold of you as well
Yeah.
as it passes.
Yeah.
Also misses.
Yeah.
So this foot is just hopping around at your feet, trying desperately to get a hold of you, but it can't.
It's just an angry foot.
It's a very angry dead foot. Volk, it is your turn.
All right. I'm giggling too much about this angry foot. The Volk is going to bite this zombie.
Yeah, go for it.
D20 plus 6.
Yeah, you
That's
hit.
17 to hit.
Now this
My
thing is
bite
nearly done.
Plus 4. 9 damage.
9 damage. That brings it down to 0, at which point it is going to make its con save. It does not. So you manage to kill this bad boy, and he disintegrates in your jaws and turns into liquid, and you could spit out the bones.
Disgusting.
Yep, okay, where's the foot?
It is hopping around between Redmond's feet.
I'm gonna... Is Redmond... No, that's I'm trying to find Redmond.
Sorry,
underneath
it is
you.
underneath the swarm. They're on the same spot at the moment.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, so then they will turn around and swipe at the... Make a swipe.
Go for it.
20 plus 6. That's almost a crit.
Yeah, well, it only has 1
But
hit
not
point,
quite.
so you are definitely going to kill it. Do you want to roll your damage just to see?
Yeah.
Go for it.
2d6 plus... What is it? 4.
All right. It is very dead.
14 damage. So I swipe at it and I look at Red.
I'm confused.
The other zombie shambles up, and is it going to attempt to hit Ireena? It is not successfully able to do so. That brings us to Ilena. Oh, unless
kinda
Ibiki
sad
is
I
AFK.
I'm kind of sad I wasted such a good roll on a thing
I'm
with
not
1
okay.
HP.
Oh,
I was just
Ibiki is
talking
here.
with my mic.
No worries.
Yes, I was talking well muted, but yes, I will attack this guy.
Very well, go for it.
Nice.
The dice really don't like you today. The second one hits. The second one hits.
I will. Smite.
Smiterino. That's with the extra D8?
Yes, that's with the extra D8.
Heck yeah.
Have 2 different factors.
So he glows from within as you stab him with your rapier, and he takes some damage. Does not seem happy about it. That brings us to...
And
Sorry, yes.
yeah, that's it.
All right. That brings us to the zombie on Ireena. The other zombie on Ireena, I should say. It is going to double claw Ireena, and then attempt to bite Ireena. So its first claw hits, the other ones do not. Ireena takes 3 slashing. It manages to get past her breastplate, and she grunts in pain. And the zombie continues to bother her. The Strahd zombie on Redmond is going to attack Redmond. 2 claws and a bite.
Nope.
Nope.
He's
Alright.
so strong to be left alive.
It is desperately trying to get hold of you, but it doesn't manage to. That brings us to the Strahd zombie on Ilena, who is going to do the same to Ilena. And now is where I'm going to roll the crit.
Oh yeah.
Claw.
Watch me get
Claw.
Oh,
Up.
Bite. Alright.
Mm.
So 2 of them hit. So that's 7 total damage.
I'm at 0.
Alright.
Oh, we have been through a song and dance before.
So Ilena collapses under the assault of this zombie, and it kneels over
Ireena
you.
returns to life
Menace-
as a zombie.
That is not a feature that these creatures have, so you're okay with that. If
That's a
you
good thing.
die, that may become a thing. But you are currently only unconscious.
That thing has 3 attacks. Those attacks against unconscious people are with advantage, and if it hits 2 of those, you're dead.
I know.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yeah,
The
I know.
question is it smart enough to do that?
it is Diana's turn.
I think it's dumb enough to do that.
It's dumb enough to do it. Exactly.
I'm gonna go there and try to draw, I don't know, draw some aggro from these guys.
Alright.
Maybe that one, I don't know.
I don't think you leave anybody's range with that movement.
No, I was just in that guy and I'm still
Yeah.
within 5 feet. So I'm gonna just attack with a scimitar on action. That shouldn't be advantage.
Yeah.
For this game anyway.
Who are you attacking?
And then, oh, sorry, yeah, the top one, the one I was at before.
Gotcha. So he takes that 10 slashing,
Wait,
and
no,
he doesn't
actually,
like it.
Sorry, I'll do the bottom one.
That is also a-okay.
First to Ilena. And then 2-weapon fighting 9. So, wait, does that hit? These guys.
That'll hit the zombies. Yeah, they have pretty low AC. So do you want to attack the bottom one again?
Yeah.
Heck yeah. So he takes that on the chin. He is still standing. He's still standing.
Okay.
It is Ireena's turn. Ireena does not like being surrounded like this. So she is going to stab the zombie to her south, and she is going to attempt to get away. So she hits it. She does 3 piercing damage. And then she's going to attempt to force her way past between the zombie and Diana, taking 2 opportunity attacks as she gets out of that flanking position. So we get opportunity attack, doesn't hit, and opportunity attack hits. So she takes 2 more bludgeoning damage as this thing slams her in the back of the head. But she is no longer surrounded, which she prefers. Rory, it is your turn.
Yikes.
Hey, I will give Volk a little pat on the back and jump off and do a little flyby over here. I would have left my thingy there, so I will get out my rapier and parrying dagger.
Okay.
And do the 1-2 on this zombie.
They both hit?
Yeah, the first one is a lovely 15, the second one is a 2.
Okay.
And I use my bonus help action on Ireena. Say, don't worry, I got your back. And then just point at the zombie. Do you want to take care of that?
I would love to. This zombie is still standing, but barely. And the other zombie is looking between the two of you. Both of you at the same time with its crossed eyes. Ismark's turn. Ismark is going to hop this way, and he is going to move Ilena away from the zombie and take her place. That uses his action. And then he is going to call it to Redmond, and he said, "What was that you said about putting yourself bodily in the way of harm?" And so he is now going to menace this Strahd zombie.
What do you think I'm doing?
Fighting one.
And he's going to call back, "No, I mean, I'm doing what you said. I'm following your lead, is what I mean."
Oh, I'm sorry, Battlefield is confusing. Thank you for clarification.
So polite. I love them.
Oh, that was really good.
Yeah. And then this zombie is going to attack Diana. Does not hit. Redmond, it is your turn.
I'm going to go lay on hands.
Beauty, you're going to take a opportunity attack,
That's fine.
but you have high AC.
Crit.
Can I have this?
It's a
many
2
people in my
and a 1. So,
Can I have this many people in my space?
that is a good question.
mean, you can just
Ismark tossed her, pushed Ilena underneath you to sort of give her some cover. Yeah, so
Yeah,
Red can get
and
to
I'd
there.
probably
That works too.
stand- Yeah.
Rawr.
Yeah, because I'm like, you can't go, you can't like jump onto me or in me like this.
Yeah.
I don't think I can carry 2 people.
No. Ilena's under you.
Ones on the crit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 1s on a crit. So you take 3 slashing damage as the zombie
Oh no.
gets you.
Disaster. And I'll give 14 HP to Ilena.
There you go.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
that could have done 13 damage.
Ilena, you wake up looking at the muddy underside of a bear.
And then, I say to Ilena, "Wake up! Go get that one." I've got these 3. And position myself here.
Bodily in the way of harm.
In a very bad position.
Yeah. Wow.
Alright, that brings us to Volk.
Volk looks down at Ileena, kind of like tilts their head, then kind of like braces around them, and then bites at the zombie over here.
Heck yeah! Go for it.
He's still kind of fresh.
Yeah,
Roll.
one of the more whole ones. I wouldn't say
20
wholesome,
plus
but more
6.
intact. Nice, you hit.
Yeah. Then that's my bite attack. So roll d8 plus 4. And then after I finish with my bite attack, I do a claw attack.
Okay.
So that's another d20 plus 6.
13 will hit. And this is your claws, right? So it's slashing damage?
Yes, this is my claws. Yeah. Then. So it's 2d6 plus 4 damage.
Hot
Yeah.
damn! Alright, it is
There's
still
my
up.
turn.
Now I need you to roll an additional thing for me. Could you roll a 1d20, please? For me.
Uh-oh. A 14.
A 14.
Maggots.
Yeah, so as you slash at this creature with your claws, one of its arms comes off and flings off into the distance. And you see, as the arm lands on the ground, it immediately stands back up and skitters back towards you.
Oh.
Nice.
Where is Crawling Claw? There we go. Boom. So
Hey.
you
That's
now
kinda
have an
funny.
additional arm.
Oh?
Zombie's turn. This
It will
zombie
lend you a hand.
is going to ignore Ireena because it sees an advantageous position with Redmond. So because these zombies have flanking on you, it is going to have advantage.
That's fine.
Maybe it will hit. I don't
Maybe.
think so.
Crit.
Nope.
Nope.
Doesn't hit. That's okay. It is Ileena's turn.
Okay, so I wake underneath. I wake up underneath. Volk. I will get here, get on my feet. This guy knocked me down. Well, now it's time to revenge.
Heck yeah.
I don't have all my smites, my everything gone, so it's just 2 attacks. 14 and 24. For a grand
Yeah, both
total
of them hit.
damage.
You knock it down to 0 HP. It falls over. And now let's see if it gets to stand back up. The first one knocked it over. So if you want to move and do the other attack, that's not
No, yeah,
necessarily
sure.
wasted. It is going to make a Constitution saving throw, though. 5 plus 9 is 14, so it does not make it. It stays dead.
Hey.
I'll move up there and at like the other attack is on
Sure.
that guy.
Same attack. It takes that piercing damage. It doesn't like it, but it is still standing.
Okay, yeah, man, that's it for me.
All right. That brings us to the fresh corpse on Redmond.
Mhm.
We're going to get 2 attacks out of this bad boy. Or sorry, 3 attacks.
Okay.
Claw. Claw.
Nope.
Bite.
Nope.
Nothing.
Jesus.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Zombies against
Redmond.
ranged targets. Doesn't really work.
That brings us to the zombie that is on Volk. Same thing from this. Claw. Claw. Bite. So that's 2 slashing from the claw and 3 piercing from the bite. Volk.
Yep. All right.
Diana, it's your turn.
That hand is not on the tracker, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My
The
my
crawling claw
regular
goes
hit
on its
points
turn.
are untouched.
The crawling claw goes on its turn. So, crawling
Temporary hit
claw.
points are great.
I forgot about that. Thank you, Mia. Does a 13 hit your AC as a bear?
Yes, it does.
Oh.
That is unfortunate. You take
A bear has very low AC.
Yeah, it also poops in the woods. You take 5 bludgeoning damage as this fist launches itself off the ground and does a. It's a bludgeoning, so it hits you as it passes.
Yep.
That brings us to
It
Diana.
punches me.
It punches you. A flying punch.
Okay, 2 more scimitar attacks. I'm gonna go against, it looks weaker. Ilena or Ireena?
Ireena has 7 HP left.
Okay, I'll go against the bottom one then. The one
Okay.
on her. First attack, 20 to
Heck
hit.
yeah.
And
That is going to
then-
knock it down to 0, so give me a second to roll the con save.
Okay.
It stands back up with 1 HP.
Oh god.
And then I'm just gonna slash it again. Just please stay down.
Alright, go for it.
Hate zombies.
Does
Oh, sorry, the second attack, yeah.
the second attack.
So
yeah.
it's knocked down to 0, and it's going to make it another roll. Con save.
Oh god, that's an unkillable zombie there.
So it's
I know.
5 plus the damage, so it had to
Thanks, Dad.
beat an 8,
Oh,
so it's
no.
dead.
Oh no. Oh, yeah.
It is not Cedric the zombie.
No, Cedric.
So yeah, you
Cedric
kill it
the
the
zombie
second
stood
time.
Up 10 times.
That brings us to Ireena. Ireena is going to say, thanks, Diana. And then she is going to step forward next to Redmond, and she's going to say, we got this. These guys are chumps. And she's going to stab this zombie.
You're right.
These zombies are chumps.
A 3 piercing. Rory, it is your turn.
Oh, seeing how my poor little butterscotch is in disdain, I go here.
Alright,
Rapier against the zombie.
go for it.
Why did it not do that? Oh, it did twice now, okay. 15 to hit for 15.
That hits. That is enough to knock it to 0. So let's get a
If only it was the second one.
con save.
To be fair, it has to do a 20. So,
Mhm.
fuck.
It stands back up with 1 hit point.
Parrying dagger off that.
No.
3 damage.
3 damage, another con save.
Let's go.
Fuck.
Oh,
Stands back up
God.
1 HP.
Fuck. And I look at Volk. I got your back, don't worry. Just tear them apart. And that's my bonus efficient thing, so you have advantage.
Ismark's turn. Ismark sees that everything is well and good with his sister, and he trusts you guys enough now to leave you alone with her. So he is going to skirt around Volk, and he is going to first attack the crawling claw. Slash. He kills it.
Yeah.
Sploop. And then he's going to step forward, and he's going to make a slashing attack against this guy. He calls back to you and says, thanks, you too. He hits it for 11, knocking it over.
I think the one was from the crit if it had advantage.
I don't think you would have had advantage.
Yeah, so it might be 10.
Yeah, it's done.
Let's
You're
see
right,
if this
sorry.
one is actually a Cedric.
Let's see, if he beats a 15. He beats a 15.
He's looking like a Cedric to me.
Stands back up at 1. And because this was slashing damage, Ismark is going to roll 1d20.
Oh no.
That's a 6,
I love
which
the
means
encounter, it's great.
with a 6, one of his legs goes flying and skitters back up and becomes a crawling claw, but a
This is
foot
amazing.
version, and this foot hops its way back to you.
Angry food.
Angry foot.
Oh boy.
Zombie's turn. The zombie is going to... It lost its advantage, and it's not happy about that. However, it smells blood on Ileena, so it's going to attack Ileena.
Go for it.
5
trust that
does
I-
not hit.
Ooh.
You are safe.
Yes.
Redmond.
Heck yeah. I will hit this boy.
Hit that boy. Go for it.
that hit?
24. That hits.
And I'll smite for my last
Yeah.
one.
Go for it.
For 19. Holy
Heck
shit.
yeah. So it is very dead, and because it was radiant, it doesn't have a chance to come back. So it just
Yeah.
explodes into light and gooey chunks. That brings
I
us
got
to...
one.
Yeah.
Yay.
Ismar calls back. He said, great, kid, don't get cocky.
You can be a little cocky as a trait.
Volk, it is your turn.
I will bite, which is
With
piercing
advantage.
damage.
Piercing damage.
With advantage.
With
Yeah.
advantage.
Because I told you to rip and tear.
Rip and tear.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's neat.
It's not that needed against these guys, but well. Also, the thing only has
Okay.
one hand and one leg at the moment.
Yeah. Alright, so let's roll 2d20 instead of 1. Well, the higher one is a 17 plus 6.
Heck yeah.
It actually mattered this time.
Roll for damage.
Yeah. That's 2 damage plus 4. That's
right.
6 damage. Piercing
6 damage. Alright, let's see if it can beat an 11 with its con save. It does not.
No!
It finally dies.
Murdered it!
And with
It's
it,
not a Cedric.
yeah, sadly. With it dies the crawling claw that it spawned. That foot just collapses into goo. But we have one more.
Wonderful. Volk kind of growl. I'm not finished my turn yet. I have another
apologies.
attack. Multi attack. Yay!
My apologies. Go ahead.
There's. It has
Imagine having to
it
wait
has
for level
horrible.
5.
It has horrible AC, but it has 2 attacks with
Yeah.
high things, so I don't mind. I have speed 40 feet, so I can definitely make it over here. I growl in a friendly manner at Ileena. And then I slash,
Go for it.
which is the same d20 plus. Oops, that's a 2d0. That doesn't work. That's a 14 to hit.
Yeah, that hits. Let's see some damage.
So I slash across its chest with my my claw.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 2d6 plus 4 damage. It's 7 damage because I rolled.
Alright.
Pants.
It is still up, but it is rotted to the point where the chunks you take off of it don't stand back up to attack you.
Ooh.
That brings us to Ileena.
Well, you know the rules, and so do I.
Heck yeah.
I wouldn't leave
that
for
is enough
any
to-
other guy.
Knock it to 0. Let's see. It gets back up.
But
But the
for-
next one is a crit
Heck yeah.
with max damage.
with max
Yeah.
with max damage.
Sorry, I forgot you rolled them twice at the same time. There we go.
Oh.
It
yeah,
got a
that one
crit
is looking
too.
like a Cedric as well.
So that's 7 and 4 is a 13. So it
Wait,
stands back
do
up.
zombies raise on crit damage?
Oh no, on crit they usually don't.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
will reread
I
this.
know.
I will read the thing.
If it's radiant
Well,
damage
if
or
I
crit,
remember-
they are-
Or critical hit.
Radiant-
You're right. My apologies. I was only paying attention to the radiant part. That is the end of combat.
Hey.
Yay!
You stab into it, something important pops, more leakage, and then the thing finally falls over dead.
And we did it.
Mm-hmm.
Well done, everyone. Make sure everyone else is okay. Take care of each other.
Hmm.
Oh,
Just hug.
Bear Volk
Volk
kind of
neck.
like cracks their shoulders.
yeah. Ireena will high five Ismark, and she will tentatively hold out a high five for Rory.
Yeah, we'll give her a high five.
Heck yeah.
Bear Volk is gonna interrupt the high five and high five instead. Like, you know, gentle bear
Yeah,
paw.
I'll have her make a strength saving throw.
Yes.
Yeah, so she manages to stay up. She takes the high five and manages to stay up.
Well, I guess I cannot give her a high five, then I give her a little slap on the butt instead.
Yeah, that's so... Oh boy.
She will laugh. Ismark will pointedly not pay attention and busy himself with chatting with Ileena and Redmond, complimenting your sword forms.
Thank you. But my sword is very good. But it is the shield that is most important. Well done, out there. I saw what you did. Thank you for saving Ilena.
Thank you for saving my sister. And I think with that, we can take a break.
Marvelous.
Hey.
So see y'all in 10-ish minutes.
Alright, see you in a short bit, folks.
When the bear gets a bear hug.
Yeah. The bear gives pretty good bear hugs too.
Very fluffy. He's getting lots of pets. Gets a fur.
Yeah.
Going like that.
It's bear time. Unfortunately, this doesn't last as long as my cat time, so, you know. We'll
I
get...
couldn't bear not to ride this bear.
Nice.
Can't believe you stole my high five like that.
I mean, you got a butt slap out of it, so... Really gonna complain?
I mean, I have to go all in on a cheeky... what's it called? On the cheeky teasing train, so...
Yep.
What a lovely name for windmill. Old bone grinder.
Yup.
I mean, I guess you get some kind of flour.
Bone flour. Grind up their bones to make the flour. Creepy as heck.
Hey, you either can go through this swamp where there's gonna be an encounter, or you can go to that very normal looking windmill.
Ah, yes, very normal looking windmill.
Oh, you mean the one that is turning without wings, without wind, that we've been told to not go to because it's very scary? Yes.
That totally normal windmill.
So, overlooming death against some undead things or windmill.
Doggies and a kitty cat.
I like that the kitty cat took the place for the two humongous dogs.
I mean,
Using like
it's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
It's pretty accurate.
Oh, dogs.
They look comfy.
They're fine.
Love how the cat has so much power over them.
Mm-hmm.
The cat holds power.
The cat holds ultimate power. bear Volk was very powerful. That was nice. Quite fun. It was a fun encounter. Good job, everyone.
Yeah.
Hey.
It's really good. I'm loving this so far.
Also like that, in true fashion to this group, we started the session with like 30 minutes of RP.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
It's called the world's greatest role-playing game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you saying RP in my role-playing game? Oh, jeez.
More likely than
No. Oh. Please, no.
RP in my
D&D style.
RPG? What?
D&D
Yeah.
started
How
as a combat
dare
thing.
they?
I just want to roll clickety clackities.
The
Exactly.
clickety-clackety
You just
Well, you want to
thingies.
RP.
you give like the combat gremlin a bag of like d20s to roll in the corner whilst everyone else RPs.
Oh man, I'm so glad that I found this group.
Yeah.
I think Hibiki and Matt are the only ones left over from what it was when I first joined. Because then we started over with that thing.
Another like Blair was in the first like group, right?
Yeah, there was a girl named Jamie. Oh no, in the group that we had when you guys and Spencer joined.
Yeah.
Was there?
I know he was in one Fabled Lands.
Was it Drew? Oh, it was Drew. I think it was Drew.
Drew?
Drew, yeah. But I forget what his character was.
Oh wait, do you mean? I mean the one before like we joined with.
Yeah, there was Vivi and Drew and Hibiki.
Yeah, I've been an OG member of Fableland.
Wow.
Yeah. There was another person named Jamie, I think, who was only there for one session.
Who was that Leo guy?
It was Vivi.
Leo is Vivi, yeah.
Okay.
Oh right, no, Leo played Vivi. That's that's.
Yeah, Leo played Vivi, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I just remembered him as Vivi.
Oh, makes sense.
Hello, 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 I'm back.
Hello.
I heard
how long-
Vivi.
Yeah, we were just talking about one of the characters from the
OG Fableland.
Four Times.
The before time.
I was thinking of
just
Final
know.
Fantasy.
I
That
just
works
know
too.
him as the person who had some questionable, how would you call it, convictions? When it
Views?
comes to certain Leo, when it comes to certain topics, and then they just suddenly, from one day to the other, just left everything.
Wait, what did they say?
There were like 2 or 3 different topics we talked about where they were having, let's call it, interesting viewpoints on things.
Gamer moments?
A real game.
I don't remember. It has been like 8 months.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah. I mean, all Fabled Lands started basically after New Year's. I
Hello,
remember
gang.
because I created this account for that, and this account was created on the 2nd of January.
Hey, gang. You're back.
Hey,
Hello.
Yep.
I think we
I
all
think
are.
that's everyone.
Nope, I just.
Alright, lovely. So, previously, before the break, we had
We
defeated
fought Zambies.
a horde of zombies in the mists. But with that finished, you're able to finish your passage through. Diana leads you through, using what little bit of the sky you can see through the clouds. And you return to this Folic Road as the sun just reaches its twilight point. So, going forward, it is going to be nighttime, which means you get to roll on the scarier table.
Ooh,
no.
exciting.
But for now, There are 2 tables, one for daytime, one for nighttime. The nighttime one is scarier.
The nighttime is the fun one?
The nighttime's the fun one.
Oh, yeah.
Fun table.
So with all that, you are back on the Volk road. You're able to continue on your way. The forest presses tight on either side along this section of the road. You still can't see far into the forest. Same thing as the rest of the travel you've been through in Barovia. It's basically overcast sky, not much distance vision. You can sometimes see landmarks in the distance. Right now you're surrounded on all sides by trees. This lasts for maybe about an hour. We're pushing about 9 p.m., 9:30. The trees open up on your right, and you see a beautiful lake. There should be a description of it. But you see a wide, calm lake sitting. It reflects the sky overhead. It is an overhead under lands of Barovia, Lake Zarevich. Boom. So Ismark will inform you guys that that is Lake Zarevich. It is named after Strahd's family. You can see across the lake on the far side there is a mountaintop that is peaked with snow and ice. The locals identify it as Mount Baratok. And yeah, this is a very large lake, Great Lake, one might say, that just calmly sits there, lapping against the shore. It is oddly peaceful. You don't have much time to contemplate it, however, as the sun is down at this point, and it may be time to hurry up. So, from here on out, if you would like to do a double pace, we will do 2 rolls, and I'll pick the worst one. Or you can continue on at your normal pace and roll like normal.
I feel like we roll. We do double pace here.
Yeah, I'll let him do double pace.
How far are we from Valaki?
They're not sure. Ismark and Ireena have never actually made this journey. Ismark made this journey when he was a small child with his father, but he doesn't remember it. Ireena wasn't born then. But you're getting close because Valaki is on the shores of Lake Zarevich, so it's not that much further.
Okay.
I would say double pace either way.
Yeah.
Because it's not good to be up.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Now, is there anything that negates the double pace as a ranger for you, Diana?
I'll have a look. I don't think so. It's if I'm traveling alone, I can move stealthily at normal pace, but
Okay.
not in a group.
Because I don't remember all of the features of favorite terrain.
It's a big thing. What's it called? Wait, what's it called? Natural Explorer. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's unless it's like difficult terrain or anything, we can't become lost. Alert to danger, stuff about foraging, and tracking. But yeah, there's nothing about going faster or anything.
Okay. In that case, let's take 2 rolls from you, 1d8, 1d12 respectively, and we'll be rolling on the nighttime table.
I'll do one of the rolls.
Okay, that works.
I'll do the other d12 one. Oh, okay.
So that is a 13 and a 9.
Low was bad, right?
That was good.
Low is good, which means we're taking the higher one.
Let's go.
So as you are headed down the path, you begin to see through the fog lights up ahead. And you can see that the trees part slightly, and you can see a wooden palisade of a village or city up ahead. It's probably a mile from you, or a kilometer from you at this point. But as that happens, you hear creaking in the trees on either side of you, and specifically you catch sight of 2 humanoid figures. It's hard to make them out because they're so caked in mud and leaves and nonsense. But there are 2, what you can only describe as druids, standing in the path up ahead, and they are blocking your way. And they point at you as you approach, and you can hear movement in the trees to either side of you. You have a few moments before combat starts, but these things clearly have hostile intent.
Yeah, I suppose getting into, place is the way to go.
If they look like druids, can I speak in druidic to them?
Yeah.
And see if they react.
So you recognize their outfits immediately. Their look and vibe. And yes, you have some time to speak with them. The druids are about 30 feet from you.
For the trees crushers.
So in druidic, greetings, strangers.
They will call back in druidic and they will say, "It is not often we hear..." That's not the accent at all. "It is not often we hear our own tongue coming out of the mouths of strangers. Name yourself."
Would I know if it's a bad idea to give my name to another druid?
Druids?
I don't.
You
I
don't
have
know
no
of
idea
anything.
if this is a thing.
You don't know of anything
I don't know
about
if this is a
that
thing
being
or
a
not.
thing for druids. You do know
Okay.
that for fey creatures, it is a very bad idea to give you a real name, as would be the case for demons of the abyss.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But as for druids, you know of nothing in particular that would be relevant there.
Okay. Cool. I am Volk of the Feywilds, and these are my traveling companions. We are traveling along the road and mean you no harm.
Volk of the Feywilds, they say. We do not know this name. To whom do you swear allegiance? What court?
I swear allegiance to the Silver She-Wolf.
Okay. She would be of the...
Of the...
That's in my notes.
I don't know
I actually
what
wrote down what court she is a part of. It's the nice one.
I would assume so.
Suli, thank you.
Silly.
Suli.
Summer
Summer court.
Summer
And
Court.
they will scoff.
She is of the Summer Court.
They will scoff at that and say,
Uh-oh.
"What brings you here to the Shadowfell, creature of the Summer Court?"
I was brought here against my will.
Then you are here. Then you are here by the grace of our Lord Strahd.
Clearly. And if he wishes us to be here, who are you to prevent us from traveling?
We do not prevent. We only guard the way.
I understand.
No one is to leave. No one is to come. These lands are Strahd's.
Didn't we just leave?
By traveling between different cities, we are neither coming nor going. We are simply existing within this land. Wouldn't you say?
They give each other a look. And they speak quietly to one another. Can I get a persuasion check from you?
Okay. I'm not very good at persuasion. I rolled a natural 20.
Alright.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah, so they whisper to each other, and then they call back. You make a compelling point. May we approach? Put down your weapons.
I carry no weapons in my hands.
Your companions. You are one of us, they are not.
Understood. Understood. I'm gonna turn to everybody else. And this entire time I've been speaking in a language that none of you understand.
Oh, this is
They guard this path for their Lord Strahd, and they wish for us to put away our weapons to pass. Or they wish for us to put away their weapons so that we may speak more pleasantly. I don't exactly trust them, but it is best to not show aggravation.
Okay.
I may have convinced them.
I trust you. And I'll put away my sword.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll put away my weapons too.
Yeah, I'll put away my scimitars.
I'm pretty sure that I'm not openly carrying weapons, because I would be used to hiding them from Waterdeep.
Yeah.
I mean, you
and
are a weapon,
Vol-
really.
Yeah, Volk will warn them, like, be cautious. I don't know these people, so I don't know if I've really convinced them to let us pass. But, you know, hopefully.
Yeah.
So
So
we all put away our weapons.
you put away your weapons. These two figures approach you. It is genuinely hard to tell whether they're man or woman. They are filthy. They are covered in animal skins and leaves and all sorts of things of that nature. They approach you. They both stand less than 5 feet tall, but they're humans. They approach and they sniff you, and they come within 10 feet of you, and they say, strange travelers in Broken Common. Strange travelers to be on the road after dark. Humans.
Goodbye. I'm not talking to the D&D people, I'm talking to my mom. They're going away. Oh no, I have to say goodbye to the dog!
Not the dog.
Not the dog.
I'm just...
The dog.
I'll be back in like a minute. You can... no, I'll take you guys with me. I'll take you guys with me to say
Okay.
goodbye to the dog.
Show
Where is
dog.
Isla? We've been taking care of my sister's dog. Oh, did I mention the fact that I'm an aunt now?
No, that's awesome.
Nice.
I'm an aunt! And this little puppy, her name is Isla, and she's a schnauzer. She's a little black schnauzer, and she's adorable, and we've been taking care of her while her mom and dad are, you know, taking care of the new baby who just got born. Okay, bye, Isla. I love you. Mwah. Okay, I'm done.
Adorable.
We can go back to roleplay.
Very cute. Yeah.
Oh,
So.
my nephew's name is Oliver, by the way.
Aw.
And-
So these
Sorry
two
for the
druids.
interruption.
That's okay. These two druids.
What are us travelers doing on the road?
Yep.
I guess it's my turn to respond. Or somebody can respond, but basically.
They're going
I'm
to say.
very stressed.
They're going to say, what brings you to the happy village, to the happy city? What do you seek?
Shelter, rest, food.
Can you not find shelter under the stars?
This is true for me and you, but people such as these have a little more trouble sleeping under the stars.
They look amongst you and they nod, and then they are saying, again, they're speaking in Broken Common now. They say, the people of the happy village, they killed wolves, many wolves. We are not happy about this. Those
Volk
wolves.
looks very unhappy.
Those
at
wolves are
that.
ours. Those wolves are Strahd's. Strahd is ancient. Strahd is a land.
He is definitely ancient. Or so I've heard.
So
Is there anything you ask of us?
all this time they've just been looking you up and down and sniffing you, and you guys can see in the trees to either side of the road there are forms moving. There's movement, but
Probably
they
wolves.
aren't quite humans actually. They seem to be the trees themselves are moving to a certain extent. Masses
that's
of leaves
cool.
and thorns and vines. Yeah, and so they look over you and they say, "We see no reason to bar your path. Watch yourselves, be careful, and do not cross Strahd." else you will have us to answer.
We will do our best to avoid his ire and avoid his wrath.
They jingle some hollowed out gourds with beads inside, in a sort of a ritualistic way, and they say, "He is ancient. He is the land." And then they walk back into the trees unless anybody stops them.
I would,
Indeed.
under my breath, in Infernal say, he's the land. He's a cunt. In Infernal.
Volk is gonna elbow you at that.
You don't know. I don't think you speak Infernal. Do you?
No, I don't, but I can tell from the tone of voice. I've been around you long enough.
I guess. You would
Do I
know
speak Infernal?
if I try to.
I do
mock
speak
you.
in Primordial.
But that is. I think that is very different.
It is very different.
Yeah. So with that,
I guess you would know
the
if
danger
it's mocking you.
recedes, diffused by a very lucky crit.
Yep.
Hey,
Oh my goodness, that was very lucky.
So you're able to continue on, unbothered by any further problems, and you approach the walled city of Alaki. You can see that the walled palisade extends out in either direction, and encircling the city. There are armed guards. You count 6 of them that you can see standing on top of this wall, and the gates are closed as you approach.
Well, duh. It's nighttime.
Oh, in addition, there are a number of wooden spikes that have been driven all over the ground around the outside of the city. And on each of these pikes is a decapitated wolf head. They look like they have been sitting for maybe a week. They're still relatively fresh, but many of them have maggots and flies and whatnot on them, so they have had a chance to rot. Other than that...
Volk looks rather sickened by the display.
Other than that, thick fog presses up against the wall as though looking for a way inside, hoping to catch the people inside sleeping. The road ends at a set of sturdy iron gates with a pair of shadowy figures standing behind them. Planted in the ground flanking the road side of the gates are a half-dozen pikes with wolves' heads paled on them. So yes, that is all that you see as you approach the gates.
How lovely.
To know they're able to defend themselves. We should be a bit safer here than in the forest, where druids make the trees move and we've got zombies coming at us through the mists.
I agree.
Yes.
Yeah,
This
I should have
seems-
been thinking of the zombies from before crawling up the ground.
So, as you guys continue on your approach, when you get within about 30 feet of the gate, you hear a voice call up from up ahead in Barovian common. Halt! Who goes there? Declare yourselves.
Do you want to introduce us?
Well, I would. They wanted to get a declaration, so I will do my whole thing that I did with Ireena and Ismark before. Like, introduce myself. Rory Fahrun, High Inquisitor of Lord Xanathar.
We
Blah,
do
blah,
not
blah.
know this name. Why do you come to our gates at night?
Well, for the reason that people would come to a town to seek shelter.
Only servants of the devil are out at night.
Well, we left in the morning. It just took us a while to get here.
Let's just say we got a bit. How would you
Lost?
say? No, not quite lost.
Sidetracked.
We got a bit held up by some of the devil's servants. I would prefer if you didn't call him devil. Can you call him something else, like cunt, monster, or whatever?
The Dark Lord does not suffer anyone to pass through his lands. What can you bring, Vallaki? Why should we let you in? Why should we trust you?
We are all skilled fighters. We could aid in the defense of your town.
We have walls, we have soldiers. We are set in this way.
We are also healers. many of us have divine power.
They turn away from the wall for a second, and you hear some whispering up above. Let's get a persuasion with advantage, because that's a very persuasive argument.
It's still a -1, but let's give it a go.
Okay.
12.
Okay. Well, it is a convincing argument. So they turn back your way and they say, you will need to be inspected for bite marks, but we will let you in. And
I give Ireena a look. I'm like, what do you want to do?
she, as the cranks of the portcullis sound, she looks between you and Ismark and she says, I don't know. Can any of you do anything to hide it? Any magic?
I don't have magic. I have a
My
disguise
magic
kit
only
that
works
might
on
help.
me.
A disguise kit, maybe?
Yeah, I do have that.
Alright, so let's get a disguise kit. There's
I
a
don't
thing
think
in
I have that
Xanathar's
disguise.
about this.
I don't think I have the disguise kit itself. I don't have the proficiency.
Okay.
Guess I could make like makeshift weapons and then do disadvantage or something. Maybe.
If any of you has any way to hide the bite marks, magically or with makeup, that would be relevant to do now.
I only have my disguise kit.
Disguise kit can
Oh,
work. If you have a disguise kit, you
I
can go for
do
it,
that.
Yeah.
I am pretty good at that. I'm
Yeah.
guessing it would be a dexterity kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah. I can give you my disguise kit and help you with advantage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So sleight of hand with advantage.
I'm gonna do this.
Heck yeah.
I'm guessing that would be enough, but just to be safe.
Yeah.
Oh, it works on the second one. Interesting.
Yeah.
21.
So you, maybe you get a little strip of linen and you're able to stick it over the wound and then paint enough makeup over it that it's passable. You don't know how close this inspection is going to be, but it's the best you can manage. And you think you've done a good job. At this point, the portcullis is fully raised, and a contingent of 4 guards steps through the gates, and they say, "Come, quickly. We don't know who goes out in the night." And with that, you enter the city. Past the gates, you see there are... I can add Velaki to overhead now. Boop. There we go. Inside here, there is an oppressive amount of buildings. Houses stacked really close to one another. Some of them built slightly on top of one another. It has a real shantytown sort of feel. Past the gate, they're going to take you immediately left to a gatehouse, but you can see that there's a stockyard just inside the gate, and there's a sign that hangs out over the street that says Arisek Stockyard. But first they turn you left into a gatehouse, and they sit you in a room, and you are left alone for a while, until a couple of guards come in, and they say, "All right, we need you to strip down to your underthings. We need to see werewolf bites, zombie bites, vampire bites, anything of this sort. Let us see." So, provided everyone complies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's going to squeeze your hand back gratefully.
No.
Uh-oh.
They got a crit on the search, but you got a 21. And there is no wisdom modifier for guards. So
Well, to be fair, I have zombie bite marks on my
That's
right
true.
shoulder.
That's true. So the wounds that you do have, they inspect. They look for any signs of necrosis. They don't find any sign of vampire bites or werewolf bites, which is what they were genuinely looking for. And they inform you during this that they have problems with werewolves on the roads. They know that the cave, the werewolves live somewhere to the north on the other side of the lake, but they've never been able to find it. They they tell you that most people along the road end up getting bit, and they have to be put in the stocks to wait to see if they turn or not. But you folks are safe. At which point,
Thanks.
they tell you, well, we don't see any reason to keep you here. Just keep your nose out of trouble. The guard is swift, and justice is swift here in Vallaki, and you don't want to see the end of Izek Strasny's axe.
Who's Izek Strasny?
Izek
I
Strasny is
think
our
the-
captain.
I see.
Sorry, what were you going to say? Hi, Biki?
Yeah, Ireena would have just whispered to Red, and probably the local execution.
Local execution. Well, thank you very much for allowing us to be here.
It's alright, provided you don't cause trouble and you bring anything of worth to this town, you are welcome to stay. If you are looking for a place to stay, I assume none of you have lodgings here. Ismark and Ireena shake their heads. The Blue Water Inn is usually accepting of people. It's a friendly place. The proprietors, Erwin and Danica, are nice people.
Wonderful.
So
Thank
they
you
give you
for the advice.
directions. They give you directions to the Blue Water Inn. On your way out, one of the guards notices the wings and horns on Rory, and he
Horn.
turns to his friend, Horn, sorry, and then he whispers, I wonder if she's like Izek. And the other guard says, shh, we don't talk about it, remember? You remember Vesely? Izek took his head off.
Well, that's not scary at all.
Yes. And with that, you guys head out. You can walk through the town. You find again there's the... you see... the houses are again stacked on top of each other, very oppressive, like stacked on top of one another. Another thing you notice as you pass through this town is that there are a bunch of flyers everywhere. A number of these flyers say the Wolf's Head Jamboree. Let's see if I can find the thing. It might be in journal. Yes, here we go.
Volk looks very perturbed.
So
They
there.
understand the wolves here aren't very nice, but still.
Mm-hmm. So you see there are a number of old flyers scattered about the place. They look like they're about a week old. Many of them are stomped in and caked in mud. They say, "Come one, come all, to the greatest celebration of the year, the Wolf's Head Jamboree. Attendance and children required. Pikes will be provided. All will be well. Signed, the Baron." In addition, you see there are a number of fresh posters, many of them glued over top of these old ones, that say, "Come one, come all, to the greatest celebration of the year, the festival of the blazing sun. Attendance and children required. Rain or shine, all will be well. Signed, the Baron." And as you walk, you can see remains of even older festivals and flyers, each of them declaring, "The greatest celebration of the year, the festival of such and such, the jamboree of such and such." All of them different, all of them old and torn down and trampled in the mud, all of them requiring attendance and children, and all of them saying the phrase, "All will be well."
That's a
This bit about attendance and children freaks me out a little.
Required.
Yeah.
You can continue on your way. Eventually you will come to the town square, which you know is where the Blue Water Inn sits. So you can see the Blue Water Inn. Its sign hangs over the front door. And it is a squat building. Many of its wood paneling is painted a pale blue. And in addition to the blue decorations, which sets it off from everything else, there is an odd number of ravens hanging out here. There are 6 sitting on top of the roof. and a couple of them fly in and out of the attic every now and then to make roost, and they are just hanging out, cawing to one another occasionally. In addition to the Blue Water Inn in this square, there is another one of those standing stones with a number of constellations on it, as well as a depiction of a city in artistic rendering around the circle of this standing stone.
This place seems kind of strange. If you get
I
to...
agree.
It looks peaceful to me.
Yeah, everywhere in this place is strange.
True.
Rats were surprisingly thorough on their search. And Rory seems significantly uncomfortable from the whole thing. Because it was very obvious that she would have preferred not to show her body to the others.
Yeah.
It's more to of life and death to them, I suppose. If they got a werewolf in, then that would be bad.
They seem very proficient at killing werewolves.
They must be.
With that,
They
you
do.
hear a cry, and then you hear a giggle, and then a slight whistle and a thunk, and then more laughter, and another cry of pain.
Where's the source of this?
So it is coming from the other side of the town square, a little ways down another street. You can see that there's a little kid standing in the middle of the road. He's got a handful of pebbles, and he hucks one up, tosses it in the air, and then whips it at something behind a building that you can't see. And you hear another groan and cry as this stone hits something.
I'm gonna head off and see what that is.
Alright. Beat that child up.
I will be like,
For justice.
Yeah. So
Thank you for justice.
It's the right thing to do.
this is the right thing to do. So anybody that wants to go with red can certainly go with red. As you approach, you see that the building that the kid is throwing something behind is a gallows. It is currently all closed up. There's nobody hanging on it, anything like that. But as you circle around to the back, you can see that there is a number of stalks here. And as well as there's a bunch of what look like paper mache donkey heads laying on the ground. Some of them are crushed. But there's one person in the stalks. He has a donkey head put over his head so he can't see anything, and he's just sitting there with his arm through the stalks, and the kid is throwing pebbles at him, and each time it hits, the guy groans, but doesn't struggle much.
Hey kid.
The boy looks at you with a dull expression.
What's he in there for?
Malicious disturbance of the peace.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Did your mum ever told you the story about the boy who threw stones?
No.
Well, one day there was a boy who threw stones at strangers. He didn't really know them really well, but he liked to throw stones when they couldn't throw back, right? He kept doing that for a couple of weeks, a couple of months. Then he found, when he went to bed one night, he woke up crushed underneath all the stones he threw during that time. His mother walked into his room, distraught, and cried. The child's face was in agony.
He gives you a horrified look, and then he says, "Well, that shouldn't bother me. My mother died last summer."
Yes, but oh Jesus! It's like your mum sucks. My mum's dead. Got him. Yes, but you'll still wake up, crush under loads of stones.
All right, old man.
Hey, I'm not old.
He's still a prick.
What do you do exactly?
At the last festival, he laughed at the Baron.
Ah,
Malicious disturbance of the peace.
yeah, scram kid.
Oh, all right. And he scrams.
Yeah. Are we gonna? Are you guys fine if we just talk to this dude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll kind of walk up to the stocks, get out some food and water, like try and sneak it to him. Hey.
Yeah, go for it. The plaster head is just sort of hanging on him. It's easy to pick up and take off.
Mm-hmm.
Beneath you see a man. I'm gonna have to find this in my notes because I don't remember his name. So give me a moment here. My apologies. I read this like 4 hours ago and I don't remember where it is. God damn it, Volaki is so dense. There's so much stuff.
This is why I like PDFs, because you can just Control F, right?
You know, that's
Oh
fair.
yeah. Right. I mean, it's not piracy if you own the book. If you want to just buy or just download a PDF.
That's
True,
very
true,
true.
Yeah,
That's very
exactly.
true. All right, here. I'm gonna look at the notes in the page up here. Campaign. Volaki. You know what? I think it's just gone.
Oh no.
I think it's just gone.
Reduced to atoms.
He's dead. He dies as you approach him. He's just dead.
Oh no.
Yeah, so he will give his name as Walter. Walter is an older man. He's pretty worn down, and he looks up and he says, "Oh, thank you. I don't take me out of here unless you intend to spend some time in here yourself too."
No, I just thought, you looked a bit down on your luck, like you've seen better days, so I thought I'd help a little bit. The kid over there told me you laughed at the Baron?
Yes, it's stupid. It was 2 weeks ago, one of his other insipid festivals.
Yeah.
It was the Donkey Jamboree.
The Donkey Jamboree. What happened?
He takes a drink of the water you give him. And he says, well, we were doing this thing. He built this big, stupid wicker donkey in the middle of the square. And all of the children were supposed to take turns throwing these javelins with tails on them to see if they could pin it on its butt. And one of the children missed and stabbed into the Baron's cape, and he fell over. and everyone was dead silent, but I couldn't help myself. I
Yeah.
laughed. I laughed.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
How long further?
3 weeks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, as long as I'm here, I'll come in to drop by some food and drink at the very least.
Oh, thank you. The guards bring by water every morning, but it's not enough. It's a long day.
No, I imagine, especially under this heat. I mean, this of the castle. I see them. So we're new to town. So who is this Baron? Could you tell us?
Oh,
about
Baron
him?
Thargus. And he actually, at this point, he remembers it, he checks himself, and he looks out the way and he says, you don't see any guards around, do you?
I look around. Is any guards?
Roll a perception check.
Oh boy. 6.
6. You don't see anybody. It seems
I don't-
completely empty. Other
I
than the
don't-
ravens.
I don't see any guards. Just ravens.
Yeah. So he says, the Burgomaster, the Baron Vargas Volakovich is Burgomaster. He's crazy. He thinks he can ward off the Devil's Strahd by having endless festivals, and if we are happy enough, he thinks we can drive off the mists and send Strahd packing.
I see.
So every week for the past decade, we've had festivals of one sort or another. All of them are equally miserable. None of them are particularly creative. And if any of us laugh, if any of us fail to attend, if any of us mock the Baron or complain in any way, we spend 5 weeks in the stocks.
5 weeks.
On the third offense, Ezek cuts our heads off.
What?
Unfortunate.
Everyone's supposed to be happy. Why are they punishing people laughing?
Why are you not happy? I specifically requested it.
Yes.
Well,
Surely
we have
he
to
wants you
pretend to be happy. We
laughing.
just can't. We can't be happy in a way that makes the Baron look stupid. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Don't worry. Yeah,
So-
sure. If he wants you to be happy, he should be making you laugh, not punishing you for laughing.
Oh, I agree. But I mean, what are we going to do? It's not safe outside. There's a couple people that have left. We never heard back from any of them. We presume they died on the roads. There's werewolves about. And worse, there's horrible plant creatures. The wolves. Zombies.
That's a shame.
Well, I mean, please don't get yourselves in trouble on my account, but if you don't want to be friends with the Baron, Lady Fiona Wachter might be someone worth talking to. She has a house in the rich side, and he motions his head to the left in a direction. And he says, Lady Fiona is the only one who is able to get away with mocking the Baron. Oh, her and the Martikovs over there at the Blue Water Inn. Everybody likes them.
Yeah.
How do we spell that?
Yes, Wachter is Wachter. So Lady Wachter is known to oppose the Baron and is the only one who speaks out openly against the festivals. As a result, he will tell you that she very rarely leaves her house. And then also the Martikovs, Martikov, they run the Blue Water Inn, and they will also occasionally make fun of the Baron, but everybody likes them, so they're protected because everybody likes them. Well, anyway, thank you so much for the water and the rations, and you might want to put the donkey head back on. Just, I would rather not get beat up by the guards as well as local children.
Yes, I am sorry. I am sorry. Here you go. All right, Trent.
It is my burden to bear. I made an ass of myself by laughing out loud. I get to sit here as an ass as punishment.
At least you can make fun of yourself in times like this. That's admirable.
Can't laugh at anybody in charge. Might as well laugh at ourselves.
I suppose. All right, Walter. It was nice to meet you. Be safe now, okay?
Yes,
I'll do
be
our best to
safe.
go plan.
Oh! And as you put the paper mache head, his head sags. He's like,
Oh.
have a good night.
Oh boy.
Aww.
Donkey boy.
So should we go to the Blue Water Inn first?
Actually, sorry, before we go, could I ask the guy what his address is, where he lives?
Yeah, so he will tell you he lives in one of the boarding houses down near the wall. He says he lives with about 3 other families. So there's maybe 10 adults and 4 children that live there. They're peasantry, so they go out and they work the fields on the other side of Valaki.
And did he give us his name?
Yes, Walter.
Walter. Okay. Okay. That's something to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the tavern.
Okay. So the tavern is open. You're able to open the doors as you approach. Grey smoke issues from the chimney of this large 2-story wooden building with a stone foundation and sagging tile roof, upon which several ravens have perched. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So inside is a very comely inn. There are a number of tables set up. There isn't anyone currently manning the bar. However, there is a little bell sitting on the bar itself. There's a set of stairs on the far side of the tap room. And in addition, there are a number of rooms that you can see through to the back of the building. You saw from the outside this would be a 3-story house, so there's probably more upstairs.
Could we ring the bell?
Ding.
You ring the bell. There's a moment of silence, and then you hear a voice call, "Wait! Don't do anything. We're coming. And you hear shuffling footsteps, and then out from behind the bar appears an older woman, clearly in her 50s. She's got a shock of white hair through her hair. She says, "My husband will be along shortly. Hello, I don't recognize you. How can I help you?"
Hi, we're travelers. We just want somewhere to stay tonight.
Travelers, you just came into the city at night.
Yep.
Yeah,
We left in the morning.
it was a very dangerous journey.
Well,
Very
I'm
long.
I'm indeed glad that you are able to get here safe. And I'm glad that the guards let you in. They're not particularly pleasant people. I am Danica. My husband Erwin will be down in a minute. Might I get your names? And I presume we make introductions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will mention.
Volk
it
bows
as well.
when introducing themselves. As they
I'll
always do.
mention in there that we camped with some Vistani and they were very hospitable.
Oh, she says, the Vistani down near Serpul, right?
Yes.
That would be the one. Yes, we trade with them from time to time. They bring lots of food in through. We can't grow much here, as I'm sure you can guess. There are another Vistani outside Valaki. They camp along the shores of Lake Serovich. They are a little less friendly, but if you're looking to trade, you can head there during the day.
Good to know.
But yes, I assume you'll be looking for rooms. At this point, another person enters the room. He is much shorter than his wife. This short king is perhaps maybe 5 feet tall. He's a girthy man with a big white beard and hair shot through with white as well. And his one eye is obscured, closed slightly because of a scar. And he says, "Oh, welcome. Who are these guests this time of night?" And Danica fills him in. And he says, "Well, welcome to Valaki. Welcome to the Blue Water Inn. Currently, we have 3 rooms available. Our 4th one is occupied. It's an electrum piece per room, per night. And that includes dinner and breakfast."
God, and they call the creatures of the night devils.
Oh.
Sure.
Well, you won't find anything much better, I assure you.
No, I'm not saying that in character. I'm just making an election joke.
Gotcha.
Imagine using Electrum.
3 rooms, 7 people.
Yeah, we're 7 people. I
Well,
can
2 per room
share.
and 3 in 1.
Yeah.
Wait, what? 3 in
Rory
one?
and I will share a room, obviously.
Yeah.
We could probably add one more
Yeah.
into.
Good.
Wait, there's 7 of us. After a short rest, I can turn into a cat. So 2 per room plus me with Rory.
Yeah.
So how are we breaking this down?
I
Ireena
would
won't suggest
suggest-
anything, but
Irene, I give Ireena like this slightly smirky look, and then like, well, obviously the men should share a room. So Redmond and Bismarck.
Sorry, I'm with Ilena.
Oh,
I could room with my sister. And Ireena gives Ismark a look like,
That's a
"Don't
great
mess this up
idea.
for me."
That's a
No,
great idea, Ismark. Yes. Okay.
Volk-
if we just
Volk is gonna like sling an arm around Rory's shoulder, sling another arm around Ireena's shoulder.
yeah.
Don't worry, I'll look after him.
Yeah.
Ireena looks relieved, and then she does some mental calculations in her head, and she's like, "Oh."
And
Yeah, nothing's happening with the cat in the room.
Oh, you think?
Nothing's happening with the cat in the room.
Yeah. Ismark is gonna look around and shrug at Diana and say, "I guess we will share a room."
That's just fine. I won't be in there for as long as you anyway.
Oh, you don't sleep much.
No?
That's fair. I could use a good 8 hours. Yeah, so Erwin will say, no need to talk any further. I'm sure Danica gave you the rundown, and we'll take care of you first thing in the morning. We serve breakfast when the sun's up. You'll hear the bell. Be mindful, we have one other guest, a bard, Rictavio. So I understand he is a heavy sleeper, so you should be fine. But
Wonderful.
yes, have a good night. We'll talk to you in the morning.
See you in the morning.
See you in the morning.
Rictavio the Bard.
That's Rictavio.
Okay, got it.
I like that Rory and Ireena are both like, yeah, gonna smash. And then Volk's like, I'm there. I don't think Rory would care.
Oh no, don't.
Especially if they're in captivity.
Ireena will not do things with an audience.
Aw, sad. Why not?
Oh,
No.
Not an unwilling audience, we'll say that.
Oh.
But we can fade to black for anything further than that.
They will at least share each other's company if
Yes.
nothing else happens. It's fine.
Ismark will tromp into the room he's sharing with Diana, and he will say, well, good night, however you spend it. Have a good one. And he lays down, and within like 3 minutes is snoring.
If everyone
Ragdoll.
going asleep,
cat.
could I go and find the house, Walter's house?
Yes, you certainly can.
Okay.
So you can head out. Danica is still awake. She's doing some stuff behind the bar, and she says, heading out, dearie.
Yes, I just want to run a small errand.
She will, she'll motion to you to come closer, and she'll say, I'm not going to stop you, but we do have town patrols. We're not supposed to be out after dark. The kids can sometimes get away with it because nobody wants to beat up a small child, but they might not take kindly to an elf wandering about. We don't particularly like, well, Valaki isn't particularly friendly to elves and Vistani, just as a heads up.
Well, I'm used to it.
All right. Well, you're welcome back here. We have limited range of influence here, but you will always be safe here. The guards tend not to bother us.
Thank you for your kindness.
All right. Well, have a good night. Stay safe. We're going back to bed. We'll leave the front door open.
Okay. Thank you. And yeah, I'll just go out, look with the bottle, the jar of honey in hand. I'm gonna look for the for Walter's house, the people
Yeah.
he lives with.
So it isn't hard to find. One of the tenements that are stacked on top of each other. You ask around, there are a couple of people out sitting on their porches smoking at this time of night, and they will direct you along your way. So the town is fairly sprawling, and the northern end of the town is the side that's closest to the lake. And you can see that the ditches here are a little overflowing, so there's clearly some drainage issues. And this is where you find Walter's residence. There are a number of peasant tenements stacked on top of one another, and it doesn't take long to find Walter's. You head inside, and indeed there are 3 families living here. There are 8 adults in here currently, and then there are 4 children sleeping in a pile on a bunk. And as you knock on the door, one of the adults comes and opens the door and says, "Hello, what do you want?"
I'm sorry to disturb you so late. You live with Walter, correct?
Yes. And he introduces himself as Fulkin Anthevich. He says, "Yes, I'm Fulkin, friends with Walter. He's serving his sentence. Is everything all right?"
He is fine. We talked to him on our way into town. I thought that I would give you this, just mainly for Walter when he gets back, but you can hold on to it. Make sure you save some for him though, and I'll hand over the jar of honey.
Yeah. He takes it and he looks at it, and it takes him a minute to process what it is, and then he's like, "Honey, that's mighty generous of you. This is expensive. Are you sure?"
You don't have to worry about it.
Well,
I
thank you,
just-
kind stranger. I
I
would
just do as the Dark Dancer provides.
I would say I will trust more knocks on the door at night, but I think you're something of a miracle.
Ooh.
Yeah, be safe, be cautious.
You as well. Be safe.
And with that, I'll head back to the tavern.
Yeah. As you're walking away, you hear some whispers through the door, and then you hear a child's gasp and cheer of delight as you walk away.
Aww.
That's so fucking adorable. Nice.
Hey,
That's just
the kid will
awesome.
have something sweet.
Yep. Yeah, so I head back to the tavern.
All right. On your way back, I would like for you to make well, I should ask, are you attempting to do so stealthily?
Given the warning, yes, I would.
Okay, then let's get a stealth roll.
Okay.
Ooh,
Stealth.
because it's funnier.
15.
Okay. Yeah, so you hear the tromping of guards as you're on your way back, but you're able to definitely step out of the way, hide in some shadows as they walk their way by. And you see there's a patrol of 3 guards, and as they walk by, they talk about, you hear them talking about Ezek again, which is the name you heard earlier. They're talking about the guard that mocked him for his hideous face and his horrendous arm, and how Ezek lit him on fire and then cut his head off.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. But then they continue on their way, and you're able to return to the Blue Water Inn unbothered.
Okay. That's another thing to investigate.
Mhm.
I'll talk to everyone about that tomorrow, but yeah, I'll start trancing.
Okay. Yeah, so you come on in. The door is unlocked, as Danica said. Yeah, and you're able to enter.
Yeah, just lock it behind me. Head up to the room as quietly as possible. Try not to wake
Yep.
anyone up. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah. You hear Ismark snoring through the closed door. Um,
Oh god, this is gonna be hard.
yeah. Back in the other room, Ireena will, as soon as everybody's settled into bed, Ireena will make a comment about how she's so happy she doesn't have to sleep with her brother in the same room as her brother.
It would be kind of awkward. I would feel awkward at it.
And then she stops right there. She's like, "Oh, I meant the snoring, but yes."
Oh,
Um,
wait, that's him?
yes.
Thought it was an earthquake.
Bloody hell.
Other than that, I don't really have anything for the night. It passes by. You wake up, restored from a full night's rest. You are awoken by the sound of a bell down in the tap room, and you're able to make your way down.
My back slightly hurts from having a chonker of a cat sleeping on top of me. Just to stop me from doing indecent things with Ireena.
Well, what's
They
the
would have
opposite of
just
a
There
win?
was a dunker.
What's the
And
opposite
we
of
would
a
have
win,
been cute
man?
together, and nothing else would have happened.
What
I
was
mean,
that?
we could all cuddle together, just as long
Yeah.
as it's nothing untoward.
Yeah. They can have a cuddle session. It's okay.
What was that,
Yeah.
Astora?
Just saying, what's the opposite of a winged man?
I guess a
This
cat
is-
man.
This happened very quickly.
It did.
Mm.
You know, love at first sight.
I suppose, yeah, it's destiny.
And maybe
can I
one
say?
of them is horny, who knows?
Ireena is GGG.
She's just
Wait.
on your main.
GGG?
GGG.
Good giving in game.
Oh. Ooh.
Yes. So y'all descend back to the tap room. You see there are a couple of damp cloaks, heavy with a mist from the dew from the mists, hanging next to the wall. And there are a couple of people down here. You see Danica is behind the bar. She is setting out plates for people that come up to the bar to pick them up. You hear humming and singing in Barovian in the kitchen, which you presume to be Erwin. You can recognize his voice. Also in the tap room, there are two rough-looking individuals, very heavily scarred, but they're just decked out in daggers and crossbows and bows. They are sitting at a table near the door, eating some delicious-looking porridge. And then there's also a half-elf dressed in a bright orange coat, and he has faded blue pants underneath. This aged half-elf is sitting next to the fire, sipping a cup of tea. Other than them, there are a couple nondescript commoners who just barely register. They're hanging around eating. There are also two young boys who have gray hair each, and they are running between tables, chatting to people, and playing games with one another.
Okay.
What a wonderful.
So, complimentary breakfast is a bowl of porridge, along with a little stick of cheese.
This is amazing. I'm taking this. Yes.
It's
Yeah.
significantly better than the stuff at Blood of the Vine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you can hear, after a couple minutes eating, you can hear Erwin from the back yell, "Brom! Bray, get in here, I need your help. I need help with the scones." And the two little boys with gray hair that have been running around look at each other and they roll their eyes and they say, "Dad," and then they run into the back.
Scone sounds wonderful. I'm gonna go and follow them to see, can I order some scones?
Sure. Danica will smile at you and she says, "Oh, don't mind Erwin, dear. He loves to sing."
Sing?
Yeah, he's been singing this whole time.
Oh, okay. Yes.
I'm not going to force you guys to listen to me singing, but he's singing the equivalent of sea shanties, but with a Barovian spin to them.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
He says, "The scones will be ready in a minute. They take sugar, and it's a little bit expensive, so we're charging a copper per scone, but you're more than welcome to one."
That sounds wonderful for me. Thank you.
And yeah, you can see past her. You see Erwin has this apron over his chest, and there's a big flower on the front. It's very clearly not a man's apron, but he wears it with pride. And he's got
adorable.
big oven mitts on his hands, and he talks fondly with his children as they help him get these trays of scones out of the oven.
Ooh, okay.
And you can get a nice hot scone with some butter on it.
I'll definitely do.
Anything else we want to do in here?
No, I think that's it, actually.
You can see in the overhead if you do want to buy any trade goods. There are a number of things for sale here. Aw. Chonker.
Mm.
We could I talk to the Actually, first, as we're eating porridge, I'll just say,
Yes.
I went on a little outing last night, and there were some guards talking about that. Is that right?
Ezek.
Ezek, sorry.
I-Z-E-K.
Yep.
That's okay. It's a lot of I names.
There's so many I names.
There were some guards talking about a guy called Ezek. Apparently someone was making fun of him, and he burnt him and chopped his head off. I don't know. Do you think we should look more into this? I'm just speaking to the whole party.
I think definitely, considering it may lead to us getting our heads chopped off.
Is that what that is?
yeah.
Definitely or definitely not?
We should. Yes.
We should. Okay.
Well, shouldn't make fun of how people look like.
And I'd like to see if there are any ways for us to earn some money around here. We'll need supplies if we're going to be adventuring some more.
That's certainly true. We need a lot of things, right?
Yeah, perhaps more silvered weapons. We have some healing potion, but it's always good to be prepared in the wilderness.
We have some candles.
Yes.
It's gonna help.
Ismark, at this point, is going to have settled back with a full belly, and he's ordered some wine, of course. So he's drinking wine for breakfast, and he's going to say, "Well, you've helped us. You can help yourselves to the rest of my gold. I was able to everything I could gather from the estate." And he's going to put a sack on the table. It contains 50 gold pieces and 10 silver pieces.
I will add that to the loot.
He says,
Are you sure?
I've kept enough to keep us going for a little while, but for the helping us, absolutely. I told you, if you got us here safely.
Oh,
What was it, 20 silver?
Yeah,
Yep. 20
Yeah.
silver and
50 gold and 20 silver.
And we have a solid 3 platinum, 78 gold and 25 silver. And a bit of crossbow bolts and the monster hunter kit, minus a mirror.
Nice.
He says, you guys seem like fine people. I would love to hang out with you more, but what's next for you guys? You want to get out of Barovia, right?
That would
Well, yes.
help as many people on the way.
And you got that fortune telling, right, from that old woman.
Yeah, that is a few leads we could go up. I'm gonna pull up what our fortunes were.
Ireena.
Oh, sorry, go on.
No, it's okay.
We were told about a den of wolves. We could go and find that elf that I was shown a vision of. Or I'm not sure.
Well, I'm happy to help you how I can. I mean, it sure is nice to be behind walls, even if it doesn't seem like this place is as friendly as it could be, but I'm happy to hang out with you guys and keep helping.
I wouldn't
Well,
mind
that-
continuously sharing your company, giving another smirk to Ireena.
She smiles back warmly.
Hmm.
Yeah, the extra help isn't unappreciated.
How is your character so horny? Gee,
Oi.
She's a
rein it in.
Put us some slack.
She hasn't done anything.
And she only has
She
one
hasn't done
horn.
anything in, like,
It's
Yeah.
like
What one horn?
the other one got transformed.
She's half
Oh,
as
dude.
horny as regular team.
Exactly.
To be fair, my character would have only had one love interest, and she hasn't
Yeah?
seen that person in over 6 months.
so you're just really thirsty right now.
Yeah.
Oh boy, this is what I want. This is what I want in the
That's
party.
the campaign.
The first time I play a character that is not asexual as fuck.
Is there a love triangle going on here?
Huh?
Is that?
Is there? Does
Well,
anybody else have a crush on Ireena?
No,
Sorry.
I don't. Wait, is that me? Sorry, that's just a bit of probably meta knowledge.
Well, you know that Strahd is coming after Ireena.
Someone wants, yeah.
Because-
wait,
yeah.
I thought you were insinuating there was something there with Volk, and I'm like, no. Wrong
Yeah,
type of relationship.
Someone else wants Ireena.
She's promised to someone else, as they say.
Yeah, I guess Strahd.
Yeah.
Nah, fuck that guy.
Rory's gonna
That's
steal
okay, I put that in
Strahd's lady.
I can already see it. He will
Go steal
see
your girl.
somehow that I steal his girl, and then he will be salty and will turn into a vampire.
You really want the vampire? I feel it.
I really want the vampire. I want to play it because it looks really sweet in the.
Or maybe Ireena will become a
Butterscotch.
vampire, and she'll turn you into a vampire.
Mm.
Ooh.
I hate that.
I love it.
Maybe we shouldn't be turning into vampires, people, because
Maybe, yeah.
I don't
Especially
know.
with two paladins in the past.
Ismark is
No.
going to express in and amongst these lovely conversations. He's going to express that he's interested in looking at the guards here. The only trade he knows how to apply is his sword. So if anyone is interested in looking into this Izek Strasny, that's where he's headed. Ireena, on the other hand, says that she is interested in looking into what sort of faith community there is here, in addition to helping you guys out. She assumes that there is going to be some sort of chapel to the Morning Lord, and she wants to see what's up. So
Wonderful.
that's where they are headed later. Anyone can come with them or take them with them on a journey.
I'll probably go with those marks, to be honest.
I'm at the point where I would like to follow Ireena, but I'm not gonna go to the chapel.
You don't-
Especially not that one that is still like fully a sanctuary, because I would just go in there, feel miserable, and just puke on the floor after a minute.
What do you guys think about like splitting up and looking for leads around the town? I might look for that like elven boy. Well, he'd be a man now. But yeah. If you guys
Well, I supposedly a family here would be quite interesting. I don't know many of my relatives besides my parents, and I don't think my parents would be here.
Ismark
Okay.
will put his foot in his mouth a little bit and say, does your family look like you? With the...
No.
Oh,
I know what you mean. No, they do not. Which is the reasons for my back, partly, and other things.
He stops for a minute and shrugs. He says, what the hell? I have my own. And he's going to pull his shirt to the side, and you see there's a bunch of burns
I can't hear anyone.
on his... Oh. Here, we'll let Riley reset their Discord.
We're back.
Yeah, so Ismark will shrug and say, what the hell? You guys are as trustworthy as anybody. He's going to pull his shirt to the side, and you see there are a bunch of burns on his chest, little pinprick burns. He says, my father, great to other people, not so great at home. So
I'm so sorry.
I understand where you're coming from, Rory.
Oh, I guess we both have sucky parents. Well, I guess you don't any longer.
Ismark says, no, I mean, I never got to have a reckoning with him. He died in his sleep. And, could I get, Ireena gets very quiet at this, so if you would like to, anybody can make an insight check on Ireena.
I will definitely do an insight check. on
Sure.
Ireena.
Let's insight.
God, why is my girl so low today?
Okay.
You have the hibiki lock with dice.
Oh, I'm back.
Yeah. Hey, you're back. So Ismark just shared that he was, his relationship with Ireena and Ismark's father was not pleasant. He was physically abusive. And
Oh.
Ismark shared that his father passed away in his sleep, so he wasn't able to have any sort of reconciling or vengeance in any way that mattered. And Ireena got weirdly quiet and pensive, but nobody was able to glean anything from that. Just Ireena has opinions about this dying in sleep thing that have gone unspoken.
Well, but I would give her like an understanding look as well, because I'm imagining that she would have had the same fate as Ismark. Like, if you ever want to talk about anything, really.
Well, I mean, pain is hard to talk about, but we'll see. We'll see where things go.
Sometimes it helps.
It does. We'll see where things go.
Yeah. I give her a reaffirming pat on the back and a soft smile.
She returns the smile. Let's see. Well,
Yeah.
with that,
I
what do
would
we
have
wanna
told her I will not join her for the chapel, and I would have to see with which group I would go afterwards.
okay.
Yeah, if you want to go for the guard thing, well, yeah, accompany Ireena to the chapel.
I will be heading towards the Vistani encampment. I just found my notes from last session and I put, look for an elf among Vistani. He is haunted by dark dreams that will be able to help. And he is near the
Yes.
large
That's right.
lake, so that's like basically where we are.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And Rory's fortune is also relevant here. It would be ringing in your minds. In a town where all is not well, something about in a town where all is not well,
Signs say
you'll find a
all is
house of
well?
corruption, and within a locked room filled with still ghosts.
Oh yeah, I would search for that then.
Yes, so those are ones that are relevant to this area that you can glean at this point. So we have 3 groups. We have a group going with Ireena to find a local chapel. We have a group going with Ismark to the town guard to try to find this guard and see if he can get a job. And we have Diana headed out to the Vistani encampment to find the Elf of Prophecy.
I'll go with Ireena.
Maybe we
I'll
could,
go to
prioritize
guard.
some things instead of splitting up, right?
Or we can prioritize things. That's entirely possible too.
Do I know how far away the Vistani encampment is?
You can ask. It's no problem. It's only like an hour walk outside of the
not
camp,
bad.
outside of the town.
It shouldn't be that dangerous to split up.
Yeah, I'd say that splitting up is a good idea.
We can go.
Exactly.
It's not like
I'll go with Ireena. Okay.
I would go with Diana and see if I can find that house.
Please, someone go with.
If
So can I-
if absolutely no one would go with Ireena, then I would go
No,
with
no.
her.
No, I'm going with Ireena. I just
Okay.
need someone to go with. What's it? Oh, fuck! I always say Erksted.
Somebody needs to go with Ismark.
Ismark.
I was
Sure,
going with
sure.
this, Mark.
Okay, Mark.
Sure.
Yeah,
Well, since-
Volk will kind of like give Rory a nuzzle and then try to hop up onto Ireena's shoulders.
All right.
Yeah, I will whisper in
Um,
your ear and Sylvan, like, take good care of her. I like her.
Since Ismark and Ireena both have business in the town, is it all right if those groups pair up? They would be interested in pairing up.
That makes sense.
Okay. So we have a town group. We have an out-of-town group. Who's going with Diana out of town?
I would be going with Diana.
Okay, so we got Rory.
And I think that's all. I think the others are with the
So
others.
Rory and Diana are headed out of town, and everybody else is headed to the guardhouse or chapel, whichever you find first. Okie doke. Beauty. So what do we want to resolve first?
do the in-town one first. That would kind of like in universe happen first.
Okay, we'll go to the in-town one first. So Ismark will approach Danica behind the counter, and he will ask whereabouts the guards are posted and where he can look for recruitment. And she will tell him it's really not a good idea, dear. But if you need the money, I would head to the burgomaster's estate. And she gives you directions there. And she says, you want to speak to the burgomaster? He makes sure he meets all of the guards personally. Yeah, he says he makes sure to meet all of the guards personally to vet them and make sure that they will behave themselves. In addition, you will probably have to meet the captain of the guard. He's a horrible man, but be careful. Both of them have fragile egos, and you don't want to rub them the wrong way. Ismark will take this advice in stride.
In Strahd?
In Strahd, and he will head out. Ireena will also ask if there's a local temple, and Danica will inform her that the Temple of Saint Andrel is on the other side of the town. It is headed up by a priest named Luvash. Is it Luvash? No.
It is now.
Lucian Petrovich. So the Burgomaster's house is first. So y'all head out to the Burgomaster's mansion. And you come upon... Where is the Burgomaster's mansion? The town is alight at this point with life and people. Nobody's really happy, despite all claims to the contrary. But there are people milling about. There is a little bit of laughter from children here and there, but most people are going about their business. You pass by a toy shop called Blinsky's Toys, and there are a number of dolls in the windows. You head a little further down, and you can come across, finally, the Burgomaster's Mansion. Burgomaster's Mansion is... a tall building covered in plaster stone that displays many scars where the plaster has fallen away from age and neglect. Draped over every window, including a large arched opening above the mansion's double entrance doors. So, this mansion sits surrounded by houses on all sides. I don't have a picture of his mansion. I'm very sorry.
It's okay.
So, as you approach, you hear the sounds of children playing. And you see two teens, about mid-teens, wrestling with one another over a ball in the front yard. And as you approach, they stop and they look up at you and they say, or they don't say anything, they just stop and they stare at you as you approach.
Have we split at this point? Just sorry.
Yes, sorry. I am fumbling a bit
It's okay. It's okay.
because I'm reading my notes as I'm going. It's also 4 o'clock. I did want to get something before the break.
We can do it. We can push forward.
We can push forward.
Yeah.
So,
But only if you want to push forward, Spencer. Don't stress yourself if you're too stressed for it.
I will not stress myself. You approach the Burgomaster's mansion. There's a large set of double doors that are very ornately decorated. As I said, the plaster is on the house is peeling a little bit, but in general, it's a well-upkept house, and it's surrounded by urban houses on either side in various manners. You can approach and knock on the door, and a servant opens the door. She is an older woman with her hair tied back in a severe bun. She introduces herself as Lucia. She says, "What is your business here?" And Ismark will say, "I'm here to talk to the Burgomaster about getting a job. I have some experience as a guardsman down in the village of Barovia." She says, yes. And she brings you in, and you enter into a foyer, which is well decorated. There are framed portraits adorning the walls. There's a wide staircase with a sculpted railing, and a long carpeted hall attached to the foyer stretching almost the length of the mansion, with several doors leading off of it, including one at the far end. Interestingly, in this room, you recognize the architecture. It is the same sort of architecture that was in the Death House in the village of Barovia. In addition to that, there are a number of bundles of twigs. They look almost like effigies of people made of twigs that are tied up and resting all over in this foyer.
Okay.
After a little while, the servant comes back and she says, "The burgomaster will see you now. Follow me." And she leads you up the stairs through some more ornately decorated halls with lots of portraits along the walls. And she brings you into a study. In this study, you see sitting behind a very large mahogany desk is a short man, another short king. Although this king does not seem as genuinely cheery as the last one. Preskov, Velakovich. Nope. Where is it? This man has a shiny breastplate strapped to his chest, even though he is inside, sitting at his desk. He has a mug of ale in front of him. And he has at his either side two very large mastiffs that look up lazily when you enter the room. He has a stern widow's peak and a bit of a cruel smile. And as you enter, he says, "Hello, welcome to Barovia. I hear you are looking for work. I am Baron Vargas Velakovich."
Yes, we are indeed looking for work. My name is Ilena, and this is Ismark.
Greetings.
We were looking to maybe join the guard or any other type of civil work we could find.
Good, sounds good. I like to see people in my city who are willing to work. Too many people in this town are lazy do-nothings. They just sit around and drain resources. Taps his chin. You, Ismark, what have you done? And they exchange some information about his time in service, and he says he agrees to send him out to Izek. He says, "For the rest of you, I could use your help. I have unfortunately lost track of some servants. 2 servants in particular. They went missing over the last week. Don't know where they went. They're so lazy. I assume they ran away, but we haven't found anything that they could have stolen. If you could find these servants and return them to me, I would pay you handsomely. And in addition to all of this, you would have my protection and my goodwill, which I assure you goes far in my city."
Well, we are thankful for this offer. And what's the description of those servants you want? And what should we do?
He tells you it was a butler named a butler named Frederick, and the Baroness's lady-in-waiting named Diavolov. So Frederick and Diavolov, they are both older servants. They went missing. Frederick went missing 9 days ago, and The Avalov went missing 6 days ago. They have not been seen since. As far as the Baron knows, he doesn't pay much attention to his servants. But as far as he knows, they only spend time in and among the estate. He doesn't really care much about them other than that. He would recommend that you talk to his wife beyond that for anything more, because she looks after the servants of the house.
Okay. Perfect. Ireena will nod and say, I will put this information to good use. Thank you.
Alright.
What should we do with said servants? Return them?
Yes. He says, I would like those lazy reprobates returned so I can show them some proper masterly advising.
Very well. We shall do this. We shall return your servants to you. Hopefully.
Okay. I feel like I'm rushing everything at this point.
We can stop here if you like, right? You know.
I think we should stop here because
Yeah.
I'm spinning my
we
wheels,
can.
and
yeah.
I am even less familiar off the top of my head with the Vistani encampment outside of Valaki. So, do we want to pick up here next time?
I'd like.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you so much for playing, and yeah, I'm sorry for spinning my wheels there at the end.